just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yeah!
It's Becca, bitch. She's the god of piss, well, I'm the god of pop. My only wish is for her to stop. I got so many hits that I won't ever drop. You're so envious because I'm at the top. You ain't cute. I'm not like you. Your days are through. I thought you knew. Sounding good, looking pretty. Talk shit, hit you with a 450. World tour in your city. 1, 2, 3, and then I hit the gritty. You ain't cute. I'm not like you. Your days are through. I thought you knew. I'm a pop star, my beat is bopping. You got one outfit, you need to go shopping. I got fresh drip, new heat dropping. Beat through CCA, you know you want this, but you ain't cute. I'm not like you.
And action.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Again, please.
Again?
Again.
Art thou bored?
Yeah.
Step into a Slim Jim. Turn to the spice. That baby juicy taste. You know, excitement. Step into a Slim Jim.
I'm serious. I'm not going to sit back and take this.
Oh, man.
I gotta be tripping. Fuck around. Chill. Slow your whole time down. Chill. Trip. Cool. I done got it. Fill them up. I done scooped two gallons. Purple stuff. I done took over your time. Finna run them up. Oh, shit.
Ah, shit, look who it is. Phil Marks and Triple Cup. What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show that isn't working on X. So if you guys can share this on Twitter and let people know, hey, come over to YouTube, because this live won't work on X for whatever reason. An error occurred. It keeps saying to try again. I'll keep trying again, but we're just on YouTube here tonight, folks. For whatever reason, StreamYard and X have been having some issues, but it's all good. Welcome. I am your host, Phil Marks. That is Phil S. Marks. And we are here for another one. Dynamite is on, so it's daylight savings time. So, motherfucker, East Coast is now 2 hours ahead of me. And that happened on like the 8th or the 9th. Like, you don't move your clocks in my time zone. We just leave them, but everything else goes ahead or it goes back an hour or whatever the fuck. So I do realize that Dynamite is on for you guys and myself, obviously. Time cop. But it's like 6 o'clock around here. So, yes, I appreciate everybody who's here. Again, let people know on X for some reason. I'm going to try one more time right now. Let's try and go live on X. Ready? An error occurred again. Wait and try another moment. So I'm not sure what's going on with that, guys. Let people know, hey, we're over on just YouTube today, which rules. So, and it's later, too. So I should have fucking let everyone know. But Dynamite's underway. We got the Bumbaclaw clan in the ring right now. Their attendance isn't bad for this building. They actually did a good attendance, I think, if I'm not mistaken. At least whatever their setup was, they breezed through the sellout. But I don't think this building holds like a lot of fucking. It's like 2,500 or something, if I'm not wrong. And we'll look into all of that and more.
Are you sure about that?
And more, as Hitchicero ties it up here with Claudio. People are happy that no Excalibur's on commentary. People are mad about 2K. Will Ospreay was in a controversy. He had a situation where he dropped a photo this week, and people were upset about it. Swerve completely exposes how he's overpaid and shows us why. WWE fired Nino Hamburguesa from AAA, and I want people's thoughts on that. Dynamite Revolution Go Home Show is live. This is PWT 230. PWT Live 230. And, guys, patrons will have it tomorrow for a day early, but on Friday on YouTube, if you just want to wait for it, PWT Podcast 103 with Evil Dose, and we talk about unionization in wrestling, and it's a really good podcast where Dose really takes the floor and explains. We kind of go through the history of unionization and kind of his thoughts on it and what he's proposing and all of these sorts of things, and it's really good stuff. So make sure you guys check that out when it drops Friday. And otherwise, yeah, check out the Patreon. Those are my plugs. Let's get into this actual news and all of these things here. We have miscellaneous news. We're going to jump right in. We're going to start with it. And we're just going to dive deep today, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So, folks, again, you can super chat in or become a member for 99 cents. Those are the things I forgot to say there. Okay, so let's get into miscellaneous news where Priscilla Kelly, the former Gigi Dolan, defeated Nikki Blackheart to become the new MPX Women's Champion. More on Nikki Blackheart and WWE news, believe it or not. But let's take a look at this.
Jumping kick. Ooh, Nikki seemed to lose a little momentum there.
So she hit like that. What is that?
Kelly is a new champion.
I think Liv Morgan kind of does that move, like is it Liv who does that? The spinning fucking, it's like a reverse page turner or whatever. I think this video is a little glitched, but so Gigi won a title. Priscilla, good for her. She's crushing it on the indies. Speaking of winning titles, Chaz from Chaz and Mosh, or Chaz who is Mosh, and then Thrasher, the Headbangers. They're the newest tag team champions. I don't know if these are just like USA belts made for themselves, or if this is a real USA tag team wrestling champion. I don't know if they're doing indie dates or what. I think they announced, I think actually we covered it on the show. They announced like, here's our last run or whatever. In 26, we'll do a Headbangers run. So good for them. And we are going to move along here. Speaking of former WWE talents, now rocking it on the indies, Charlie was in pro wrestling. Eve. Charlie ate my finger, or Charlie bit my finger. Isn't that like one of the OG YouTube videos, like when dinosaurs were around and shit? No, I'm just joking. I was around for that stuff, so it's a knock on myself. Charlie, FKA Evie, or Dakota Kai's entrance for her first pro wrestling match since March 25 against Chris Statlander. Ooh, a little crossover. It happened in the UK, and here's her entrance. So, yeah, she was Evie before WWE, and then Dakota Kai in WWE, and then she just decided to go with Charlie, which is her first name, or that's at least what she goes by on Twitch and shit.
Dakota Bye! It's Charlie!
Dakota Bye! I love that shit. It's Charlie!
Hailing from Women's Tag Team Champion, this is Charlie!
And Tatum Paxley hits that spinning bomb there. Thank you, Chad.
Charlie, formerly Dakota Kai, making her return to the ring after 1 year.
The spinning, like, what do you call that? Roll-up bomb? Schoolboy bomb or whatever? I don't know. It's cool. It's a cool move. She does it well. And, yeah, Charlie's back, so that rules. Hopefully she takes some more dates, and she put over Statlander, I believe. In other pro wrestling news, former WWE pro wrestler news, the Phenomenally Retro podcast dropped, which I love the aesthetic of this. And it is AJ Styles' podcast. So make sure you guys go and check that out, the Phenomenally Retro podcast. I'm sure they just talk about nostalgia and old gaming and stuff. You know that AJ Styles is an old gaming nerd. EC3 claims he's been blackballed from major wrestling companies after NWA exit. Man, people got mad at my Cody Rhodes impression, how I was doing the impression of him with the lisp. But, like, come on, am I not allowed? If I'm doing Death Daddy, you put it in there. Just because he doesn't, just because Cody Rhodes talks like this until he gets angry. I don't know. I'm not really mocking it. Sean Austin's got it going on. It works. Samwise? No? Okay, so EC3, he claims he's been blackballed from major wrestling companies. And he says, when you are who you truly want to be and you're in that ring, there's nothing better right now. I'm not in a major company, and that's on purpose. At the same time, I'm also blackballed from most of those places because some people can't handle my honest truth. I just wanted to control my narrative. What matters to me is figuring out what I still love about wrestling. But over the past few weeks and months, there have also been moments that made me realize there are things about the business that I really dislike. Sometimes it even makes me question why I'm still involved in it. Damn, that stinks. Vince really fucked this guy up by pulling him up to the main roster at a weird time for NXT, not really doing anything with him. He was just dormant on the main roster. And then when they started doing shit with him, it was when all the rumors were swirling that Nia Jax was going to beat Bane Moxley. Remember when Ambrose was doing like the Bane shit and like getting a needle in his ass, literally foreshadowing fucking AEW? now that's like a spot in a match. That was shit that people said was dumb when WWE did it as like a sketch or like a backstage thing that maybe would make sense a little bit. Like, okay, I guess people get vaccines and shit. I guess, yeah, if he could get a vaccine in his ass. It's not really that, so, and then now they just do that in matches in AEW. I digress. But then they brought EC3 to be like the guy who beat Mox on his way out. And like, he was sort of, the rumors were Nia Jax was going to beat Mox. And then when people caught wind of it and got outraged and like online got outraged and everything, that they changed it to EC3. And he like got a win over Mox on Raw, or like maybe even Mox pinned him. Just whatever they did with EC3, it was shite. And then he was released. So it's unfortunate. He is just sort of MJF, let's be honest. Like, or maybe MJF is just sort of EC3. But yeah, maybe he has been blackballed from the industry. So Shotzi Blackheart got carved up at GCW ransom. Diggity.
Ahead and now trying to cause even more to
fake YouTube. Fake, it's just pro wrestling.
Slightest touch that tells you how sharp that razor is.
Oh, and into the mouth as well.
You hear Shotzi screaming.
So sadistic.
He actually worked that like really safe. You can tell, but yeah, that's just vicious. That's just vicious shit. So Shotzi powerbomb through a pane of glass, something I don't know if you can really fake it too much. Should I ask Darby?
Watch out, Shotzi. They've got her up. Powerbomb through the glass. Watch out, Shotzi.
So yeah, she got like handicapped matched. In other indie news, oh, you didn't know? Bow, 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 bow. The New Age Outlaws are going to be at the Blizzard Brawl, and it's presented by Potawatomi Casino Sportsbook for Great Lakes Championship Wrestling. So there you go. They will be at a casino, and you bet your ass. Let's get ready to suck it. No, they're going to cut a good promo together. Of course, Road Dogg recently left WWE, and I don't know if anybody needs to see him wrestle, but I mean, Billy Gunn looks great. He can go in there and really do the most shit. You can just shake, rattle, and roll a little bit if you're Road Dogg. And it would be cool to see Billy Gunn again coaching in. I just want to see his sons in NXT. I think they would fit in really well there. They're doing nothing in AEW. No one wants to see them in Ring of Honor. I would just love to see if him going back to WWE means his goddamn sons go to WWE. That would be awesome. And they would fit in. Fuck their age. I don't even want to hear their age. We are ageist here at PWT, but we're not even going to talk about that because it doesn't matter. They could both be 42. It doesn't matter. They could do work in NXT for sure. So, yeah, the New Age Outlaws are going to be at this casino doing a show. Here, man, chat's going off here. Has been a member for 11 months. I acknowledge you.
Acknowledge me.
Plenty and Pixel for 10 says, you can't tell me what to do, old man. Yeah, dude. How do you guys like this match so far? Dude, thank you for the huge fucking support, by the way. Though you can't tell me what to do, old man. I think we're like the same fucking age, aren't we? You call an old man. Lincoln Hawk's been a member for 20 months. Says, let's get this thing going tonight. If we get 100 likes, I'll drop 50 and we can do a random draw on Saturday for a gift card. Is that what you want to do, Lincoln? You got to DM me, bro. I think I DM'd you, motherfucker. You got to DM me about that. Okay, so guys, 100 likes and Lincoln Hawk will drop a 50. That'll be sick. And Moxley's about to drop a deuce in this ring here. Plenty and Pixel gifted 10 Pro. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. That's a huge guys, I hope some of those names that I saw that don't have green on them that are in chat that I saw get those, and you guys can enjoy Member Mondays. And yeah, we watch Raw a bunch, or we just do other segments. Dude, thank you so much. Round of applause, everyone, for Plinian for gifting fucking memberships. We have tons of members too. It's actually nuts. I look at the list and I get fucking anxious. I'm not joking, dude. And we just added 10 more on there. So TD Love 420's been a member for 23 months. Guys, I acknowledge all of you. 23 months? Is that even real? Is this show even 23 months old? Oh my God. That's fucking crazy. But thank you so much. And again, huge supports from Plinian. I appreciate that. I don't appreciate you calling me an old goddamn man, although I feel like it.
Be gone.
Jesus, thank you so much. And what else is chat saying? Plinian, you should have waited. Ricky deserves one. A gold member, yeah. WCW. Some of you guys will get them. Phil's trying to force us to slide into his DMs. He's a Hollywood producer. Confirmed. How dare you? Oh, wow. Me and Lincoln fucking we DM. We talk about comics. He sends me shit. We fucking we talk about nerd shit. You're like an older Ric Flair. No, dude, I wouldn't eat pussy on a plane, so or do a plank in a bar at 3 p.m. Shocking news. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Who got those memberships? Thank Plinian if you guys got those. That's 10. That's a huge fucking support. And let's try, guys, while we're talking. Let's go live on X. No, but there's still 100 of you guys watching on YouTube. That fucking rules. Usually there's a little more on YouTube, but it's about 50-50. Like it's split watching on X. There was at the Rumble, though, we had like 2.4K people watching. The majority of them were on X. So I don't know what we did. We were just super meta and hit the algorithm that night or whatever. I appreciate you guys. Round of applause for the PWT universe and all that support. Let's get into more news here. We do have tons of news. Get back into film marks, bookmarks. So guys, we have stuff. So speaking of appearances and whatnot, unfortunately, and this is according to House of Heat Pro Wrestling, Steph DeLander has reached out to inform us she cannot make the show this Saturday. Steph has a major opportunity presented to her that conflicts with our show date. This opportunity is very important to Steph, which means it is important to us too. So immediately my brain's going Fed, NXT, AEW, right? We are actively working on rescheduling Steph DeLander for an upcoming show. Mance Warner is still scheduled and will be wrestling this Saturday because, of course. And all of a sudden, SDL with a $sign ho drops this video, and this was an hour ago. Comeback season kicks off this Saturday at This Is ACW. So she dipped out to go to Awesome Championship Wrestling. Now, I've talked about this, Fed, a couple times. Big Trouble Ben Bishop came on this show, PWT, and talked about ACW, and they were bringing some, like, Nick Nemeth's over there. And I think there's a couple different ACWs, though, so we got to look out as far as, like, who I might be misspeaking when I might be telling lies here, telling you sweet little lies when I say Nemeth was on ACW, but I think this is the same one that Big Trouble wrestled Nemeth on, and other people like Cardona, other names go to this ACW Fed. They bring in the names. They only have 1,000 followers, but she dropped the money sign, SDL with a $sign ho, and she canceled on another indie for this indie, like semi-larger indie with more hype. And here's her little promo for this, and it must have just been a more lucrative opportunity. Like, what else would have compelled her to fucking just ditch out on one indie for another? But it's not even shady. This happens. You're an independent fucking contractor. So, right. And again, PWT Pod 103 coming out on Friday on YouTube, a day early on Patreon tomorrow. And we talk about unionization and all of that shit, independent contracting and whatnot. Me and Evil Dose, and he fucking crushes it. He knows so much about the stuff.
For 2 long years, I've waited to show everyone what I'm capable of. And the comeback season starts this weekend, this Saturday at AEW. I'm coming for everything they tried to take from me. And I'm coming. The indie.
Yeah, when people thought Ben Bishop was the hockey goalie.
Wells, AEW Women's Championship.
That was the Observer that said that. Alvarez, Brian.
For 2 long
He's on
years.
a new level, so it's like comeback season. She's going to be crushing it. This is like her indies run. And yeah, she was in the NXT system before. I just think her and her husband are going to keep making money on the indies and whatnot. Like, Mance is cool. He was cool before he was even with Steph DeLander and shit, all right? So, yeah. Moving along here. Speaking of appearances, Yuji Nagata. So he is a Greco-Roman standout, Triple Crown champion, GHC heavyweight champion, never openweight champion, G1 Climax winner, one of the longest reigns of all time as IWGP champion, one of the most decorated and accomplished pro wrestlers in the world. And he will be debuting in Josh Barnett's Bloodsport. Put him against Pete Dunne. Josh, can we put him against Pete Dunne? That's like an uber sicko fucking match that you could only make on 2K. Yuji Nagata versus Pete Dunne. Can we do that? I don't know, but that rules. He also, I believe, wrestled. Didn't he wrestle Goldberg? Goldberg versus Yuji Nagata. Yeah, dude. He wrestled Yuji Nagata in 1998. So think about that. Just a legend. I'm sure he took the L on that one, but still, good shit and good for Yuji. Speaking of WCW, former WCW stars, and I guess their kids, Stephen Borden will be present at the New Japan Pro Wrestling Academy 3rd Anniversary Showcase Saturday, March 21st at the LA Dojo. He will be present. He's a young lion. He's training right. He just looks phenomenal. He looks like his dad. I just hope he trains right, and it seems like he is. He's not pulling a Brian Pillman Jr. And just taking advantage of, well, Tone will put me on Collision and shit, and I'll just be on every Ring of Honor. He's done like dark matches on Ring of Honor and whatnot. And I'm all for that if he does like these New Japan shows and he just comes up the right way. I would love to see him in the NIL WWE program. Or would it be NIL? I guess it would just be he's an indie guy, right? But same shit. Same poop, different group. But I think they would like market him and turn him into like a franchise. He has the look, man, and he just looks like his dad. So all I'm saying is he could become like a franchise player in WWE. Tone doesn't know how to do that or facilitate that. But so far, if Tone's been helping him, they're doing it the right way. Now, I'll say this about David Finlay. He pretty much confirmed. He's quoted as saying, yo, I've made no money with my dad and my brother in pro wrestling. I've made a ton of money with Gabe Kidd and Clark Connors in pro wrestling, right? So, I don't like, here's the thing. If they were to just stick him in NXT and book him incorrectly, like he's part of Birthright or some shit, like just imagine what would they be doing with him if they were developing him. He might not even be there in time for Birthright. They might push him more like a Braun Breaker, but do they change his name from Stephen Borden to like, I don't know. The Borden name's not really in pro wrestling other because Sting wasn't whatever Borden. He was just Sting, you know? So maybe they'd keep this one the same, but at the same time, do they change it and muddy it up where they don't need to? I just think what he's doing so far, I'm going to put it over. And I don't want to give Tone too much credit for that. And that's why I put this in independent miscellaneous news, because he's not really fucking in AEW. Like, yeah, he's got connections there. Tone's probably got paying him low key or so. I don't know. If he had Rita Chatterton on salary, wouldn't shock me if he's just giving this kid money. But yeah, keep an eye on Stephen Borden. And he's doing it the right way. He's staying off TV. He's not doing these fucking shows. You've seen like footage of him at an indie. He did a Ring of Honor show in a dark match. He's not rushing to get anywhere. That's the right advice. If his dad gave him that advice, that's the right fucking advice. So we have some drama to talk about here. El Hijo del Stingo. So we have a bit of drama here, and Lucha Blog, he's been caught up in it a little bit recently with some journos and whatnot, but he wrote today about Noches de Amazonas, the build to Rey de Reyes, and the UG Claudio match and more from the last few days. This guy here says CM Cage match posted the attendance was 14K for the Noche de Amazonas show. And this is talking about CMLL. And maybe I should have CMLL. And maybe I should have put this in AEW news.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
It's CMLL. It's specifically focused on CMLL, and it's not like AEW owns them like WWE owns AAA. So it falls in miscellaneous news. Not that I got to justify Phil Marks bookmarks here to you motherfuckers, but this maybe could go in AEW news, but I just want to call it out here. Lucha Blog says, I don't know where they got that number, but it doesn't seem correct. Okay? And Lucha Blog's kind of calling it out. He's like, well, that's kind of fishy. And maybe this could even go in Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week. Maybe we'll run a fucking flute. How about we get some flutes in the chat real quick one time? Because, like, I've said this on DMW live every Thursday night on YouTube. I'm like, dude, just because CMLL, who owns the building, tells Dave that they sold out every single night to the rafters doesn't mean it's true. Nobody can confirm that. Only Dave can confirm that. So how do we know if that's even true or not? And anyone can tell anyone anything. And all of these companies, even in America, go, we sold out, even though it's just selling out their setup, right? So how do we know Dave is even being told accurate shit? See, we seen when Bad Bunny was there, his people or whoever, the fans, whoever was filming Bad Bunny, they filmed around and behind the entrance ramp, all the fucking seats were empty. All of them. And it was still a packed house. Like around the ring looked packed, but it seems as though in these CMLL shows, I've also seen it where the whole like floor and like where it goes up is all packed, but then that very top part is all empty. I've seen it like that too. And Dave's like 10 million sellouts in a row. Now, round of applause for CMLL for all the sellouts or whatever the fuck. I'm not even shitting on CMLL. I'm not about to hate on it. I try not to hate on them when it comes to their crossover with AEW as well. Like I put it on Tone. Like he's just kind of hijacking their history and not really utilizing them correctly, you know? But when it comes to the sellouts, Lucha Blog's like, yeah, that seems off, 14,000. And he's not trying to shit on it. Lucha Blog is just a Lucha stan, okay? And he's even gotten into it with Meltzer. He's agreed with Meltzer. He's gotten into it with other journos. Nothing crazy, but just we talked about Ernesto Campo, who was going at Sapp and Meltzer. And you know, I think Lucha Blogs mixed it up with him a bit. So he's just a Lucha fan, but he's like, that doesn't seem right. Then Sam Adonis has this to say. I worked for CMLL and nobody in the office could ever tell me what the official attendance of an event was. And nor should they even have to. If you're a wrestler and they own the building, just shut the fuck up. Like you don't even need to know it. Yes, for getting paid and all of that shit, it helps to know. But let's face it, you know? Just work out a fucking deal and be cool with it. Even my hair versus hair matches with Panther and Cassis do not have an official number for them. Pay is based on attendance. Okay, actually, then I retract what I just said. If pay is based on attendance, then don't shut the fuck up about it. Discretion is an advantage for the office. And why? It's because they own that fucking building, right? And people say that they get tickets really cheap, like $8 tickets. And this isn't a knock. Good. I'm so glad that they do great. But if they go to Dave, a dumbass, you think that the people in CMLL are dumber than Dave Meltzer? Do you guys think they know better than Dave? So they just tell him a lie because they know he's stupid, like everybody else does. And then he'll just report it. And then nobody else is really out there doing the grind of, we're going to really fact check the ticket sales and all of this shit. And if they are, it's on Espanol, and we need to get an official PWT Espanol correspondent, Lincoln Hawk. We need you to sleuth out the actual attendances every week. No, but seriously, like Dave just says it, and then people go with it. And it's been that way for a lot of things with Dave, like the pay-per-view numbers and all this shit. But Sam Adonis, okay, I retract what I was saying. Like, if the pay is based on attendance, or if it was back then, that's fucking cooked. Yeah, I'd be like, what is the attendance? And he has a hair versus hair match and shit. So that had to have drew. That had to have drew. Right? So, yeah. They just don't really fucking know what the pay, not the pay, what the attendances really are. And that just goes to show you what I've been saying, sort of just confirms my conspiracy theory. And again, it's a knock on Dave. It's not a knock on, like, work your numbers. I don't care if WWE does it, AEW, I don't give a fuck. But when it's people like Dave having epic meltdowns like he did this week over AEW, like, it's got to be called out. And the sneaking suspicions are true. All of wrestling is a fucking work, you know, top to bottom. Still can't go live on X. Shout out the over 100 that are watching the show right now. Tell a friend, retweet my post or whatever, please, at Pro Wrestle Time, so we can get this out there to everybody who might want to check, who usually check it out on X. I just tried again. For some reason, StreamYard ain't going live on X for some fucking reason. So a wrestling ring in a barbecue restaurant is a great idea. So here's Stumpy's Backyard Barbecue. They got a little, this is actually, I'm getting word, this is the ring they used at the first AEW Grand Slam, Australia. And let's take a look here. It's now in a Stumpy's. Yeah, are they actually going to work, though? You can't go in there and do all that and not work. Oh, they tying up. Here we go. I would be so locked in, dude. This would be my favorite place to eat ever. If they got good cornbread and the fucking beers aren't too expensive, this would be the spot right here. Oh my God, we've got two big hosses slapping meat here at Stumpy's Backyard. That's right, the brisket ain't the only meat slapping here tonight. Oh, he just clotheslined him. He's pounding him like a steak. Oh, where's the referee? Hell yeah. So that, ladies and gentlemen, am I the only one who liked that? Was that enjoyable? That, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news. Wanted to show you guys that. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Okay, so guys, let's get into TNA news. Ba. Ladies and germs, it's time for TNA news. There's not a lot at all. TNA scored their second best audience on AMC For last Thursday's episode of Impact, TNA Impact averaged 249K viewers, up 7% from the prior week, with a .04, 18 to 49 rating, up 33% per Programming Insider. And some of the comments are they are closing the gap with AEW. Someone asked Meltzer if he did that right. He blocked me a while back. What else? This clown keeps inflating the ego of TNA, a 20-year-old company that seems to have been hurt more than expected by its alliance with WWE. What an imbecile. For posting the ratings. What the fuck, man? People are so gooberish. TNA scored their second best audience on AMC, so there you go, man. 249K, up 7% from the prior week, up 33% in the key demo. That rules. Good on TNA. They're doing a better show. I've been watching shit after and not finishing fucking shows and catching clips and shit lately of wrestling in fucking general, like even Raw. I didn't fucking finish it all. And, some of it I just saw in clips, and I've been keeping very busy lately. It's fucking gorgeous out here too. But, so I'm trying to get outside a lot. But, yeah, this TNA's doing the damn thing, and I got to stay more locked in. It also just dawned on me that AEW's pay-per-view's on Sunday. So Impact, I don't even know what their next big event is. I can't even think of it off the top of my head, but they're doing the damn thing with or without your boy Phil watching every single time on AMC. You know what I mean? Breaking, as first reported by whoever the fuck, AJ Francis re-signed with TNA. So again, I hope that Collision continues to get closer in ratings to TNA just for the competition and all of that to heat up a little bit. So I'm not wishing for it to die, but I've prayed for it to do good long enough. Do you guys know what I'm saying, chat? I'm done praying for that show to do good. I stand that show. If you go back to old PWT, Collision was my jam. When it was Punk and Joe and FTR, when it first launched, that was my shit. And Elton, let's fucking go. But AJ Francis re-signs, and he's a net positive on the ratings for sure. I fully think that he is a reason why people tune into the goddamn show, and a reason that'll make me tune in. He is debuting this Thursday, which is tomorrow, Time Cop, 8 p.m. Eastern, which I typically do Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week. I may have to throw TNA on during that, because Ricky Sosa, Bang Bang Sosa is debuting on Impact. And I'm super hype on this guy because he can work. He's got size. He's young. He ain't even in his grown man body yet. And he's got that fucking entrance again. Let's take a look at it here. Here's him on Explosion, TNA Explosion. And this is coming to Impact. He already has fanfare from the indies. I'll watch his entrance 100 times. Chat's probably like, we watched this on the last show, Phil. Don't give a fuck. We're running it back. We're fucking, can I get a yeet for Sosa, dude? We're running it back one more time. I mean, tell me that won't go so hard in the PC. You fucking joking me? And yes, I want him to get poached by WWE. I really fucking do, man. I really do. And he can work. I'm not sitting there like he's a world beater. I'm not going to say some shit like that, right? He can clearly be developed. TNA's the right path, though. TNA's the right path. And, you know, WWE's going to have their eyes on, like, they got their eyes on Slater and Santana. So you don't want to lose everybody. And it's not like he's a TNA bred guy. Like, he started going viral because of this entrance on the indies. And then people are like, oh, he can actually work too. And I don't know. He clearly is going to develop into, he's fucking tall, man. You know, he's going to get fucking jacked up. He's going to be in the Fed one day. And this entrance is going to go in fucking sane. I don't want to compare it to Whoop That Trick, but it's like that. It's going to have that type of energy one day, and I just cannot wait for it. And I mean, that's only a handful of people at Explosion, but hey, they're doing the damn thing. And shout out TNA Explosion. Everybody needs that secondary heat, velocity. Everybody wants that like dark match show. I guess WWE does main event. I was kind of critical of it in the past, but then they just do like a match or two before SmackDown and Raw. They tape it quick. That's all good. Speaking of all good, Tessa Blanchard is for the culture. Okay. And here is this guy, Joe Alonzo, and he says, new episode out now. It's like a 34-second clip. He's hanging out with Tessa Blanchard. I just saw this and bookmarked it. I really don't even know what happens in this at all. So let's watch together.
I can't get over you having this hat.
Oh, yeah. Prime, my homie.
Prime, dude. You're for the culture. Tessa Blanchard is for the culture. That's going to be clickbait right there.
Is that the caption?
Tessa Blanchard is for the culture.
I did have quite a nice dinner with Westside Gun and Prime.
And they say good things? They put you over? They said good things to me.
I thought they were awesome.
They know.
She's hanging out with rappers, Brian.
Great time. We shut the place down.
They put you over to me. I'm saying. They were like, yo, we like Tessa.
Aww.
We don't care that she's not. I'm just playing, bro. I'm just kidding. I can't.
I mean, it's fucked, but she's going to at least poke fun at it and take it on the chin. And, yeah, I don't know. She's hanging out with West Side.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
Shout out Tessa. Shout out TNA. That, ladies and germs, was TNA News. Cuervo, what culture? Yeah, culture. The what culture? West Side Gun rocks. What the fuck is for the culture? Tessa buried just like Trick. Oh, come on. It's Womp That Trick. I didn't say work. Did I say work? I just misspoke. It's I said whoop that trick. I'm talking fucking hustle and flow, dude. Awesome. What's up, Sass? Fangirling. Sosa. Bang, bang. Okay, guys. So Mike Bailey's going off against Fletcher as well in a 50-50 match here, because that's what they do. If you have a title, your job is have 50-50 matches. It's not like Mello's title where that's the title where, you know, if it's defended on SmackDown, you're going to get a crazy work rate match, Brian. What's the new Meltzerism again? Gimmick talker. He's a gimmick talker. Oh, that's so funny. Dave's epic meltdown we're going to get to tomorrow on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. I cannot wait. And I'm just watching Fletcher and Bailey throw down here. And there's a Gamengiri in the corner. And another one, and Fletcher won't let go, Brian. Did you guys see Brian Alvarez at Raw or whatever the fuck? I think he was at Raw or SmackDown. I can't remember which one. Oh, my God. And then a top rope poison Rana. Just giving it all away. Irana Bobana, bud. Giving it all away. And then Bailey, Fletch will just kick out of this, though. Yeah. Place is going nuts. We'll get in AEW news here, guys. I mean, these guys are having a fucking banger. My problem is it all just bleeds together, though. Like, this is what they do every goddamn time. Both of these guys. When Bailey's one-on-one, he just takes whoever to the limit, and then Fletcher just goes to the limit with everyone, then wins. That shoot straight side kick. The sideways. Oh. 1, 2, kick out. Yeah, see? Fuck, man. You have the crowd. My only problem with all of these false finishes, like the crowd is going nuts right now. And it is pretty lit. But I'm going to say this, like, you have them. Why not end it there? And then when you do that at the pay-per-view, like in the big match, in Fletcher's big match, instead of every Fletcher match being like this big match where it goes to the limit and oh my God, when there's like the pay-per-view big match and then they do the kick out, you're like, oh fuck, oh my God, it's so crazy. Like, and then now they're just going back into like, we just saw that kick. We already saw you do the tornado kick. So now we're just doing moves you've already done, Mike Bailey, to set up this crazy ass shooting star double knee. Fletcher rolls out of the way. Then they go into the finish, right? No, roll up. Kick out. One last false finish. And now reverse. He's going to kick out of this too, though. A package roll up. Now it's 7 more false finishes, and the crowd just isn't as hot. They had them peaked, man. They're still hot. They're still like, this is crazy. But, and then a run in to ruin the fucking. So you can't ever do a fucking just have a match. Oh, they have the best matches. Bro, there's more run-ins in this company every fucking time. And then brainbuster pin after all that crazy shit. Yeah, I mean, you just take away by giving too much in a way. Does that make sense, chat? Like you don't. No. Oh my God, wait a minute. Where are they right now? Was that Dave Meltzer in attendance? Chat, was that Dave Meltzer in attendance? Somebody has to tell me. That had to have been Dave in attendance. I swear to God that was him. He was behind Okada. Oh my goodness. They're in San Jose. Yeah, that was Dave. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. The best guy. The fucking best guy, buddy. Oh no, that was Dave. I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh my goodness. Dave Meltzer in attendance. Yeah, they're in San Jose. I knew I saw him. I was like, oh my God. And he was standing. I bet he's going to give it. That was one of the best matches I've ever seen, Brian. I guarantee you. He's going to give that match 10 billion fucking stars. Oh my God, that rules. Oh my God, that's amazing. Okay, let's get into the wrong one. It's sad Meltzer flutes, guys. Hit the wrong one. It was fate. Let's get into AEW news. But like, guys, here, let me check the poll in the chat over on YouTube. I know I put a poll in there and I asked you guys who is watching. I'm such a hater, dude. I'm just such a hater on Dave. Guys, 120 watching on YouTube. Run those likes up to 100. So I asked, are you guys planning on watching AEW Revolution 2026 this Sunday? 79% of you said no. So I shouldn't do my stream. I'll just do my regular Saturday stream. Got it. Okay. I was thinking about going on Sunday, but I guess we'll just go live on Saturday. So yeah, like about 80% of you guys said no, you're not planning on watching it. Now, I wanted to start a new poll, but there's only 4 options, so I can't really do this. Here, how many stars do you think Meltzer is going to give Fletcher versus Bailey? And now we're just going to start by default 4 stars. Okay, because there's no other rating he would possibly give it. You know, like there's nothing below 4. So we're going to go 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, or the first ever 7-star match not in the Tokyo Dome. Everybody vote. The default answer is 4 stars. It happened right in front of his eyes. And he's going to be like, oh, well, 35% of the crowd, Brian. And they're at the San Jose Civic. So we're going to check the attendance and everything like that. Let me sleuth out if somebody caught Meltzer like actually in the crowd. And we're just fucking around now. We're just going off we're going off script here tonight. So we have developing WWE news as well that has to do with Evolve. Let me see. Someone's got to have seen Dave. So Brody King was just a quick squash. Stop with the standby matches. Fuck's sakes. Yeah. Somebody got it, but they have me blocked. Yeah, it's the King Gao guy. And Dave gets memed for this because when WrestleMania is in his backyard, he doesn't fucking go. And when Brian Alvarez goes to Raw, he sits 700 rows back. And then we're getting ski masks on fucking AEW. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that knowing, because we know you're watching the other company? Rick Abani's so much better than Excalibur. Okay, guys, so I'm just watching. Swerve's fighting Brody. Sorry. This Dynamite hasn't been too bad. Opening match, I mean, it was what it was. It wasn't terrible, and it wasn't too long. That other match went a smidge too long, and then this angle here with Brody and fucking Swerve. I mean, this is all good, but they shouldn't have had run-ins in the other matches. They should have had Brody squash a guy and then Swerve do this, and this is the first real schmaz of the... But instead, we've had run-ins every time. So, okay, guys, let's get into AEW news all together. Ichi Nissan da.
Ichi D.
for AEW news. Dun, dun, dun. So we saw here, and we took a look at this on Member Monday, but we see here AEW just completely copied the fucking thing with Ciampa that he did. And I hate that Mark Briscoe is just used as everyone's best friend. He's like a fucking women's wrestler in WWE on SmackDown. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just becomes everyone's best friend. And then he's close with people who then turn their back on him, or he's got 700 friends in the conglomeration or whatever the fuck. But yeah, they just stole this. They just ripped this off from Gargano DIY NXT Gold. It's just like hot garbage, like everything down to a T. And it's just filmed way shittier. Why would we want to see a rehash of some old shit, but filmed way shittier? What the fuck makes Tony Khan think that people want to see this?
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Fuck, sorry. I don't mean to get so upset, but like, guy, you haven't figured it out yet? Stop copying shit from other places so blatantly. You can take finishes, you can take certain things and then fresh coat of paint, but just like, no one fucking thinks Ciampa and Briscoe are these friends because they fought in ROH. No one gives a fuck. The reason this worked with Ciampa and Gargano is because they went through it. They went through the ringer with the tag team division and the Dusty Rhodes Classic. I think they entered it together. They won the tag titles. They fought all the teams, ladder matches, all the teams and all these different stips. They fought against each other in the fucking Cruiserweight Classic. They have all of this storyline between them, and it meant so much to the fans. They were a big part of the tag division. So when Ciampa finally turned on him, and then what the implications were after, this is we're hot potatoing a fucking TNT title around, and Mark Briscoe's just everybody's side buddy. It sucks, man. It just sucks. And then they just copy it to a T. It's filmed shittier, done shittier commentary.
The kill shot from Tommaso Ciampa.
Filmed shittier. Like, even look at this. Ciampa's like, yeah, I just need you, bro. Look at Ciampa like the evil. I'm evil now. Evil. Right? So, Tone, you need to get a fucking original bone in your body. One. Fucking one, buddy. That's all anybody's asking for. Speaking of shit that's been going on in and around AEW and involving their wrestlers, Mercedes Moné just lost her another one. So this is, I'm telling you, she's been dropping these fights, these belts one by one in these fights with people on the indies and in AEW and ROH. She dropped the title to Red Velvet. She is dropping these belts. So I guess I'm thinking what her goal is that she's going to drop each of these belts and then win the AEW women's title as if it's this crown jewel that escaped her even when she was on this 13 title run. But it would be awesome if they like aired these matches on AEW television or something. Like, dude, work a deal out with these indies, Tone. You're a billionaire. Get a YouTube show going where you air these matches when Alex Windsor goes. Well, let's watch Moné, and then we have news from Alex Windsor as well. She's out there having indie matches. She also beat Moné for the Rev Pro, whatever the fuck titles. This is like the fourth, I want to say, indie title she's dropped now. And she dropped the TBS. She dropped the Ring of Honor one. So I think this is all going to culminate in Moné's finally going to win that AEW World Women's title at All In Wembley or whatever the fuck. After she drops all of these meaningless ones. Like, Tone's such a rich guy, right? Send your fucking camera crew down here, offer to film her match and do some promo for some of the wrestlers there or the wrestlers she's facing, and then feature this shit on your YouTube show every week. Matches from around the indies. MJF's defending against Zilla. Work a fucking deal out with these guys, man. really want to help the indies, do a licensing fee. Oh, Zilla Fatu is a part of this MJF match. Hey, we're going to upload this to our YouTube. You have somewhat of a name. Here's our standard licensing fee. And if they reject it, they reject it. And you just show clips of it or, but they should totally be, if they have the 13 belts on TV, show her losing the 13 fucking belts. Even if it's off TV, make it a part of your fucking show somehow. But they don't do that. Monet dropping another one. So I'm going to give her credit. She did what she said she was going to do. She is actually helping the indies and whatnot by doing this, going and making, I don't know, to Swan. She lost the title to Swan. Ooh! I don't know who the fuck that
Sometimes
is.
in life, you got to be a hoe.
So hopefully that Swan Girl's made, and the next time she does a show, there's a bigger audience there because of it. I don't know if it'll have that effect, but all we can go by is what the indie promoters have said, and they've said Monet's helped their fucking attendances. So we can just go by that. In other Monet news quickly, and then Alex Windsor news, speaking of ladies on the indies and whatnot, Mercedes Monet is currently holding a free wrestling seminar for women in Italy. And this is courtesy of Alessandro Maria Bozio. And so at Bestia Wrestling, she also held a seminar here for the people working at Bestia Wrestling. So you can't tell me this hasn't been a net positive for Bestia Wrestling. Again, I clown Monet pretty fucking hard. And nothing's going to stop me from thinking that she resents her fans. She's just one of those celebrity girl. Well, I don't know. She fucking trolls. Because there's videos of her hanging out with people and trolling them right to their face, but signing and taking pictures for them and everything. So maybe it's just part of her gimmick and she really knows what she's doing. But as far as did she do anything for AEW? Absolutely not. Did she talk shit about, I'm going to go to Japan and work on the indies. I'm going to work every indie there is. She did that. And I'm going to give her a round of applause, actually, for doing what she said. There's fans mad at Danielson because he was like, I want to go to Japan. And then he didn't do shit in Japan. He just fucking... So, Monet, round of applause. Round of applause for that. And she is a tremendous in-ring worker. She's been to the Pinnacle. She's main evented WrestleMania. She's done the tent shows. Hey, I'm going to start supporting her a little bit more. She did ruin the women's blood and guts, but I digress. Here's her training some kids here, some students. There's no audio in this video, but here she is rubbing off on the youth. Pause. Sensitive times. Whoa, let me rephrase that. Training some youngsters on how to... And yeah, good for her. Doing the damn thing. And so someone else doing the damn thing is Alex Windsor. And she defeated Suri for the New Japan Strong Women's Championship. So she's the Strong Women's Champion. She's the Rev Pro British Commonwealth Undisputed Heavyweight Champion or whatever the fuck. It's the British Undisputed Champion. Those two belts that are combined. She beat Monet for those titles. And on this show, Eve, EVE, which is Will Ospreay, bruv's show. So he booked his wife to win the New Japan Strong. Go figure. And he caught some heat. We're going to talk about this in a moment as well. We'll circle back to Eve, but it was the Wrestle Queendom. So instead of Wrestle Kingdom, it's Wrestle Queendom. Get it? And it's Ospreay. I almost said Subway because there's a Subway commercial. I almost said Subway is brilliant. It's Ospreay's. Ospreay's, have it your way, bruv. No, that's Burger King. What's Subway's motto again? Subway, eat fresh. Flip fresh, bruv. Get a fresh neck. After surgery, bruv, we decompress. Ospreay's. Fresh discs. No, that's terrible. That's hack. Anyways, listen. Alex Windsor got booked. It's almost as hacky as booking your wife to win a fucking strong title on the show that you operate and while melting down and coping about fucking Triple H. Right? But Windsor wins this belt, and good for her, but she's like in a fucking tag team that everybody wants to see get pushed more in AEW and possibly become the tag champs, which I think is the move. It's quite interesting how, again, it's like different universes. People want to react unfavorably. Like people, as much as people put over the El Grandes and like how in different countries, it's like different universes. There are people who react unfavorably to that and say E-drones just eat this up and they're too dumb, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, those people are fucking morons, but it's sort of a different universe with Alex Windsor where she's like this prolific indie single star, but then in AEW, she gets slapped in this tag team and it actually kind of works. It works better than Tone trying to push her as this single star because he doesn't know how to fucking push a shopping cart. Literally, he's a fucking billionaire. He has maids and manservants who do that shit for him. Fucking Dave Meltzer holds his purse and Brian Alvarez pushes the shopping cart. You know, Tony Khan can't even push a fucking shopping cart, let alone a pro wrestler. So it's interesting. And yeah, I want to see the Brawling Birds like work their way up, and good for Windsor. Again, I was kind of shitty towards her when she first got signed, but it was quite obvious what happened. Like Ospreay's gone on injury. All of a sudden, his wife is fucking working on AEW TV and gets a world title shot. Like, you can't tell me there wasn't a fucking reason for that. And then she quickly got humbled back in ROH or sent down to ROH. And I don't know why. Maybe because people complained about it and Tony was looking at shit online again. Who knows? In other AEW news, where do we go from here, dude? So Sting, we talked about his son earlier. Or first, let's do this. Johnny TV, John Morrison. He addresses that he's feeling underutilized in AEW, and it's Bald Morrison now. Johnny Baldo. Like, what the fuck happened? They shaved those lovely locks? That's a fucking travesty, man. And he addresses feeling underutilized. So you see his wife, Taya Valkyrie. She typically goes, hey, you guys haven't seen me, watch ROH, and I'm doing this. I did a cooking show, and I did a fucking music video, and I did a fucking vlog at the town we were in, and I do this podcast. I make songs that no one listens to and do podcasts that nobody watches. And I'm not trying to shit on her, but again, she does. It just seems like cope a little bit. And then you see how her husband, I'm not saying like she's her own person, but you just see like John Morrison was a legit TV star, man. And he is being underutilized, doing cringy ass. And Taya can be happy with it all she wants. But it just shows you, like, close to home, someone in her own fucking home isn't happy with it and agrees, like, they both are being under fucking utilized. They shouldn't be in ROH. They shouldn't be doing, like, cringy sixth grader sex jokes with fucking MXM. He shouldn't be shaving his head bald on Ring of fucking Honor that nobody watches. Honor with a U in Canada there, buddy. He should be losing his fucking hair at All In against somebody that you get over by fucking having him shave his head. You know what I mean? A mask versus hair against one of your fucking luchas. You want me to care about Hechicero or Beast Mortis? What the fuck? So he shaved his head. He's bald. Okay. He's Johnny Steve Austin. And he addresses feeling underutilized, and now he's going to be fucking fired, and this might be his play. He might know how Tone operates at this point, and he might be thinking, dude, I could get out of this place, possibly, or maybe his contract's almost up, or maybe he's just expressing himself honestly. I don't want to create rumors. Tone doesn't like when you fucking... when you say this. He beats your ass like a reggaeton drum and sends your ass packing or freezes you or whatever the fuck. And maybe some people use that to their advantage, but also, you know, this gets back to Tone, and he's just going to book Johnny Mundo in like one match. If the internet freaked out about this, they'd have booked him in a match, but they didn't really care. But it's just another one. That's the problem. Like, everybody's so used to hearing these stories, like, and now you're going to Guantanamo Bay because you fucking spoke out about it. So this was on Insight with Giga Chad Van Vliet. Let's listen to what Johnny Mundo had to say.
That hair match
before we never see him again,
I feel like was one of the best matches I've had in years. And it was the first time in a while that I felt like me again. Can you relate to kind of just being off, or you
just felt like
feeling unfulfilled, basically?
You feel like you were like you again? Is that what it is?
I guess to that point, I mean, not just me, a lot of people in wrestling, but for me right now in AEW, I feel underutilized. And can't blame anyone. It's just how wrestling promotions work. You know, there's only enough like TV time for a certain amount of people. And those people at AEW, we've coined the term the island. Those people are on the island, so to speak. And
I didn't even listen to the clip in full. When I saw it, I just was like, okay, he does not want to be here. Listen to the first 30 seconds or whatever the fuck, bookmark, right? I like to react live. It's just I call in Quinn the shit. It's just how I go. It's how I do things. But this motherfucker is legitimately talking about the island of irrelevancy. No Roman Reigns, but Guantanamo Bay. That is crazy, buddy. You're getting shelved, or he's trying to get out of there. His contract's coming up.
Guys, Tony Khan.
Something like that. Someone sleuth it out. Get Sean Sapp on the case. We'll see. He's been getting everything right lately. No,
I don't feel like I'm on the island with Tony or AEW right now. So because of that, I feel like I'm doing like a 10, 20% of what I'm capable of.
And that's the thing too. Why push yourself in the fucking ring? Why do shit to go viral? Why do yeah, sure, I'll do the dick joke this week. What dick joke do you got for me this week, Tone?
Storytelling wise, wrestling wise, in the ring. And with CMLL, I'm on their island.
So he's being used better in CMLL, Johnny Mundo, where he's actually has respect. That's fucking crazy that this keeps happening to these fucking wrestlers in AEW time and time again. At what point is it like, well, Tony's a fucking problem? Like, he keeps doing this. He doesn't know how to manage a fucking roster. And speaking of like being a problem and the wrong decisions, John Moxley on Close Up explains the creation of the Death Riders in AEW. And he says, I don't think there's anything I've ever done that I'm more proud of in my career than when we built the Death Riders Scooby-Doo-Wah-Wah. This culture is cool. This attitude. Oh my God, this culture, this attitude, man. It's so cool. This does not represent me. I do not represent it. I'm edgy, man. I'm not going to get pulled in this direction. You can't change people. I won't conform, man, but you can build. So I just decided I would build a culture of my own. Buddy, you're a skinhead faction. I don't know if that's the culture people want to be a fucking part of. Jesus Christ. Let's see who I could trust. And look who's next to me. Claudio's next to me. He's bald and white. Who I would trust with my life. Who's been my right-hand man for years. Wheeler, who is basically an adopted child of mine at this point. Pac, who is a professional through and through. These are the kinds of people that I start with, that I started my super cool jazz band with, man. Marina has become my lieutenant, my head of security, the heart and soul of the entire operation. Shooby-doo-wah-wah-wah. So he doesn't understand that shit killed AEW. That's why it's fucking... If Paramount doesn't renew or take that fucking option, that's why. They're going to look at those fucking ratings And they're going to go, well, what happened here during this dip? Okay, let's say you are doing great this year. Let's say you are up this year. Why the fuck were you down so hard the year before? Oh, Mox. Great. I'm so glad they did this. In other light roster news, Sting filed to trademark Flashboard and Flash. And then Blade Runner Sting, which he should. Like, I'm glad that he has all of that. Blade Runners don't get the love that they should. No, I don't know how good they were back then, but hey, Rock and Sting. Rock, of course, became Ultimate Warrior. Sting became, of course, Sting. And then Flash Gordon. Again, Blade Runner. It's close to Flash Gordon. And then Blade Runner. Someone asks, how do you trademark Blade Runner? Well, you can get away with it in a wrestling capacity. So he can't go and make a movie called Blade Runner, right? About Sting in the future. But look at Sting. He made his whole career off of fucking jacking people's shit. Like he's the Crow. That's another movie. That's a whole other movie franchise, you know? You look at the Joker from Batman that he did in TNA. That's a whole other franchise. That's DC Comics. You know what I mean? And it's crazy that they had Sting. They were with Warner Bros. They had Sting, and they didn't think to do like a DC Joker Sting crossover. That's crazy as well. So shout out Sting, and yeah, he's trademarking his shit. But yeah, of course, it's just like Flash Gordon and Blade Runner. He's just stealing people's shit. It is what it is. Speaking of stealing from people, Swerve Strickland, who is accused of stealing his whole gimmick from Hit Row, essentially, or AJ Francis like bestowed it upon him, and he's a fucking phony. He's not really this hip-hop dude. He's like one of these emo, red my God, like one of these fucking emo Seattle kids. And, you know, now he's like this rapper who was shitting on John Cena's rapping, and he's like, it wasn't genuine. It was kind of a joke, and I don't know, Swerve, you're the one who just changed your theme song from a pure hip hop to like a rocky hip hop fucking hybrid. And people say you and your guy liner are faking the funk when it comes to your rap shit and your sneakers and all this shit. So I'll just throw that out there. It's not me saying it, it's other people. And, but he wants to project and take shots at Cena. Okay, cool. And he had this to say about the money he's stolen from Tony Khan. And I say this because every wrestler's stealing money from fucking Tony Khan, who's there parading around like they're a top guy, not fucking drawn. You're stealing from Tone. You're stealing from Steamboat fucking Tone. Now, I know he could sell the Super Yacht Kismet and have money for 5 more generations, but you're stealing from the kid. And Swerve is one of those guys who's accused of it the most. People are like, dude, you didn't draw. You haven't drawn. You know, you get paid all this money. You're always bragging about all the money. You're on the football fields talking about, yeah, we go into Fox and we can do whatever we want and shit. It just looks ugly when realistically, Swerve, you're over with this fan base. That's awesome. But like, I just love Riccaboni rapping. But speaking of rapping, Riccabone always drops a fucking rhyme there when Willow comes out. But Swerve, you know, he's a good wrestler and all of those things, yes. And Hit Row was super over. And Triple H, even Vince, I think we're going to run with that. And then they released everybody. And Swerve ended up in AEW. And his value's definitely gone up as a pro wrestler since being in AEW. If you can point to any 1 or 2 people, I would say like Tony Storm and Swerve stock for sure have raised after leaving WWE and going to AEW. But Swerve hasn't really drawn. He's showing you that he can be like a top guy in a big wrestling company and all of these things. But I don't know. He's also done a lot of dumb shit that have turned people off from AEW. I would say that. All the chain hangings and all of these sorts of things. And Swerve talked about recently this week how AEW pays better than WWE by far. And it's like, dude, this is because Tony Khan
best
just
guy is
pays
Tony
out of his
Khan.
ass. And he overpays everybody. And this is what we mean, right? Like if Tony's paying people who the ratings just go down and down and down and down, but he's paying you millions of dollars and you guys are getting raises, then how are you worth that? Okay. You can say what you will about, oh, they got this TV deal and all this shit, but that was how many years ago? And I think Swerve was champion and they haven't gone back to him. And he only became champion because a bunch of people made a stink about how Tone's racialist and doesn't have any he doesn't push black people or whatever. And that's sort of why they went with Swerve, I feel, because it coincided. Like Tone's always reactionary. So like once that was a topic of discussion, then Tone ran with it. Same with around that time pulling the trigger on Max Caster and Anthony Bowens. That was a topic of discussion. And then Tone fucking ran with them sort of like a little bit too late. And then he didn't know what to do with them once he actually. So everything seems reactionary. And of course, Swerve is going to say they pay better by far. That's Tone's whole MO. That's why Tone is fucking Tone. That's why people go to work in AEW in the first place. And that's why, that's why people like ex-WWE guys go there, but that's why youngsters are enticed to go there, although the pay isn't that great when you get at that lower level. Or not when you get at that lower level. When you are at that lower level, the pay isn't better in AEW. It's not. It's once you get on salary. So once Tone posts that graphic, again, I've said this ad nauseum on the show, but when Swerve says shit like this, it might entice people to go there. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying young people don't go there. If you're young and you can get on a salary, fucking do it. If you think you can prove yourself and you're like in your 20s and you can go to AEW for 3 years and get a few $100,000 locked in the bank in your mid 20s, like fucking go do it for sure. There's still time for NXT, especially the way NXT operates now. And maybe you get over, who knows? But when you're at that lower level and you hear guys like Swerve say this shit, it's like, yeah, for you, it pays better. And this is why you're getting overpaid, because what the fuck have you drawn? People go say like Ospreay drew at Wembley. Like nobody goes Swerve drew that house. Swerve is the reason this pay-per-view did 10,000 instead of their 5,000 or whatever the fuck. So I know I'm ranting on this hard. I'm going off on Swerve. I'm not trying to bury him too bad, but he had this clip here as well. And he talks about how Tone's leadership has led to AEW's growth. Now, this growth shit with AEW is a fucking myth. The attendance hasn't grown. Double or Nothing has like 8,000 tickets sold. That's awesome. That's like their Mania/SummerSlam show. Their other show in LA coming up, Revolution, this Sunday, has sold like 10,000 tickets or distributed 10,000 tickets. But again, they're in LA. And the last time they were in fucking LA, we saw that they papered the fucking house. In California, they always paper it because that's where the fucking bucks are from and shit. And so they pay, that's the PWG crowd, and they paper the fuck out of those pay-per-views and those shows out there, more than likely. And JJ Alexander brought like evidence of that on the last show. And again, I'm not even shitting on them for it, but it's like Double or Nothing's doing the same. It's going to do the same ticket sales as like Revolution. So again, it's all sort of balancing itself out. And then what did All In really do? The last All In Texas, it was like 18,000. If you take away the papered house or whatever the fuck, wasn't it like 18 to 20,000 or something, Thurston said? So it's like all coming down to like, again, you're just whittling it down to the fucking, okay, your pay-per-views do 10,000 and then Dynamites do 2,000 people. You're just really narrowing it down to the fucking sickos. I think that is proof of that. If you look at the pay-per-view ticket sales for these quote unquote bigger events, in my opinion. Now, I've been proven right on this shit in the past. I was proven right about the CMLL shit. Not proven, but it seems fishy to even like people who follow the shit and people who've worked in CMLL. They're like, these ticket sales are. I don't think they're all sellouts, pal. And then in AEW, it's like, dude, here's my other theory that I hope gets proven true, or I think will be proven true, or I think more people will wake up to. Like, we're really, all the attendances, even when they're doing like 10K for this pay-per-view, 10K for that pay-per-view, we're really just whittling it down, man. So their pay-per-views do about Raws. So how is that fucking growth when the Dynamites were doing the same attendances as fucking like Raws and challenging, maybe not Raws now, but, and then they were challenging NXT, beating NXT in the ratings and whatnot, like handedly, you know? So again, it's more cope by Swerve over this fucking growth that nobody's seeing. That's what she said. And also Paramount is fucking buying Warner Bros. Okay. The Ellisons are, I mean, that's a done deal. What did Nicolo Piccolo tweet out? He's like, fucking Ari Emanuel is whatever Ellison, whichever one's advisor. So there's that. It's just like, there you go. It's done. It's a done deal. Ari Emanuel likes CM Punk, let alone WWE and Dana and Triple H, Dana White and Triple H and all these other people that he knows. He likes just CM Punk more than he likes everyone and anyone at AEW, and especially Tone. I'm telling you guys that right now. Like, that alone right there is enough. They're cooked. So hopefully they get some sort of TV deal, but they're all pushing this fake narrative. Why? Because they're selling it. And that's why Dave Meltzer had the meltdown he had, which we're going to cover on DMDMW Thursday night, live on YouTube tomorrow night. Do not miss it. Okay. And, Dave Meltzer has been melting down. And I pointed this out. I'm like, I think on Saturday's live show or on Member Monday, get a membership, 99 cents. I said it, like, why is Dave talking about this old TV deal and melting down and really pushing these things that like don't even matter going forward? If he studied and learned the business, why is he pushing this shit? It almost seems like he's trying to sell the company to get a narrative out there.
Or,
to help
the young
the
superstar, babyface, that former heel thing. So,
like, he's trying to help the narrative that AEW is more popular than it is, or whatever the fuck. And we're going to see how this all plays out and shapes up. But the whole growth thing is just fucking not true, man. Dynamites are down year over year, tickets wise. The viewership, all we can prove is that they're down year over year. And not just year over year, but year over the last 5 years in all of these same aspects. The only numbers, their streaming numbers, they come from Dave, and they're a fucking anomaly. Their pay-per-view numbers come from Dave, and they're a fucking anomaly. And again, we're going to get pay-per-view cope as well from Dave and Brian. They're talking about, we don't understand these pay-per-view numbers. I find it hard to believe that AEW fans only buy one pay-per-view a year. Do you think these internet sickos that they cater to are fucking buying every pay-per-view every month? And this is the problem. When Dave works, he does so much harm to AEW by fucking saying that they're doing way better than they are. And then when real journalists, when real people crunch numbers and get into the mix and have their say, it always makes them look stupid. And he's always got some explanation and conspiracy theory for it. And all it does is harm the perception. If he was just honest about AEW shit, and then somebody real backed him up, we'd all be like, oh, fuck. He's right again. And, oh, shit. Well, that is, we can assume that, okay, maybe the numbers are closer to this. All right, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. We can never give these fuckers the benefit of the doubt because Tone calls this asshole, and it's turned into a Dave roast. Tone calls this asshole right there. Tone calls him. Tone called him right here. He's texting Tone going, oh, yeah, it looks great. Look how locked in Dave is for Okada right here. Look how fucking locked in he is. Just seeing his eyes, looking into his eyes.
Oh, my God. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
And just falling in love. You know you're a dun, 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 heartbreaker. Dun, 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 dun. Fuck's sake. Dave starts humping the air like Garth Algar in Wayne's World. He's just in love. And he's just fucked up the perception of AEW more than fucking anybody with this bullshit. And when Swerve says this shit, it's the same thing. Now, I don't blame Swerve. He's just selling the game. But it's complete and utter lies and cope from all of these people. And it is what it is.
You know, the getting into Globe Life Field, doing 30,000 seats in attendance, you know, and Globe Life for All In Texas, you know, our first stadium show in the U.S.
Yeah.
That's growth. Like seeing where the
Hey, what? In the U.S., that's growth.
attendance, you know, and Globe Life for All In Texas.
Okay, but you papered it more than any other show. And I don't expect him to say that, but no one wants to hear this shit. Dave said that they're in a rebuilding phase. He literally said that, and Tone calls him on the fucking phone. So what are we talking about here?
Idiot.
Are you guys rebuilding, or are you up year over year and whatever? They just say they're just always scrambling and reacting, and then Tone goes, "This is the narrative. Just tell everyone we're rebuilding. Tell everyone we're number 2. We're the challenger. Tell everyone that we're up year over year and every fucking..." And then they just run with it every 3 months. It's the feelings back and it's the feelings restored. And now we're rebuilding, and now we're the challenger, and now we're up year over year. Now we're closing the gap. Every 3 months, it's a new fucking thing. And then you just end up getting felted when people pull the fucking numbers and just show you statistically. We can quantify this shit, dude.
You know, our first stadium show in the U.S.
Yeah.
That's growth. Like seeing where the women are like being like put up on the shows now, like seeing Mercedes come in and take it like really take it to the next level as far as the women's wrestling. She had a phenomenal year, not just in AEW, but I feel like in women's wrestling history.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So like I'm seeing that. I'm also seeing like the partnerships, the DC collabs, the Reebok collabs.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like we're really working,
Yeah.
you know, in a lot of different avenues to take AEW to the next level and like truly make it like more of a household name. And it's getting there. It's getting there and it's getting there. And I'm happy to be a part of it. I would say like Tony Khan in general has been maturing and growing. Like
I disagree. If he matured and grew any, he would step back from creative. But it's the one thing he'll never give up because his ego won't allow it.
with where the direction he's taking AEW and the direction he's taking
Kill him with a smile. Kill him with a smile.
Ring of Honor now. You know, with the MyAEW.com thing, he's like, we got our own like system of like how to watch the shows at like a good package deal. So that's the growth and that's progression.
Yeah, I mean, it's an old thing though that WWE couldn't even keep alive. And that was like a decade ago where they, like, you know what I mean? They were already ahead of the ball on that, and you're doing things backwards. Like Tone's done everything backwards. From the beginning, he should have focused on the internet. He focused on TV and pay-per-view. Old dying shit. And then now he's like, oh, let's do our own streaming app, which we're going to talk about here right now. So, and I talked about this on the member show. First, actually, though, Swerve reveals his massive annual salary. Now, I don't know if he gives an exact number here, but Swerve had this to say, and this is courtesy of Ringside News. So Swerve may have just let fans know how much he really makes in AEW. The discussion started when a hypothetical contract graphic began circulating online comparing a fictional AEW deal to a WWE offer. The post suggested AEW main event contract could look like a 5-year deal worth $600K per year. Buddy, oh man, is it more than that? $600K is like fucking Jack Perry probably makes that. He probably makes more than that. I'm not joking. Yeah. I'm gonna find this fucking thing. While a WWE deal might pay $1 million annually, but place the talent in a mid-card role. The numbers were purely speculative, but Strickland jumped in anyways. So after seeing the post, so I think I can just share this with you guys. Yeah, let's just share this tab. Ringside News, Ringside News, Ringside News, Ringside News. You know, Strickland So Sports Kita says, if you got dream offers from WWE and AEW like these, which would you pick? So a WWE contract, SmackDown, mid-card, 3 years, $1 million per year signature. So AEW Dynamite main eventer, 5-year contract, $600K per year. Your signature. Swerve Strickland says my main events are like 5x that. Oh my God. Let's go 600K. 600,000 times 5. So again, what is this? 3 million? Like, come on, dude. And that is what he's getting paid. And again, what did I tell you, motherfuckers, on the Member Monday show? God damn it. Get a membership. It's only 99 fucking cents. If you're in America, it's like 75 cents. Whoa. Or some shit, because our dollar's so fucking terrible. But
Just
I'm
in
telling
from
you guys,
Phil Marks
man.
of PWT. He says, I told you so.
When you're talking the tippy top, like Omega and these guys, we're talking 5 mil, okay, is being conservative probably for someone who has an office and talent job. 5 mil is probably being conservative. If you're like Mox, we're talking probably 5 mil. When we're talking the main event scene or what quote unquote their top guys in AEW. And I've been spot on with this shit. We're talking like 2 to 3 is pretty standard, okay? Edge is getting like 3 and he works part-time. Danielson, 2 to 3. A Jericho's probably getting 5 or 6, man. 5 mil. It wouldn't even shock me if he got 5 mil. Okay, so when Swerve says that, it's not far off. He might be talking shit. Maybe he's on a 2.5 mil deal or something, 2 mil. I have a fucking spreadsheet with what people were making for like a few years ago. And I'm telling you guys, they're paying a lot of money for guys like Swerve and shit. Darby probably makes like crazy money. And when we're talking about $600K a year, yeah, you get $600K a year if you're like Harley Cameron probably makes $600K a year. Probably less than that, but around that, dude. Okay, when you're put on salary in AEW, when you get that graphic, this person's all elite, you're making 100 to 200K, boom, automatically. You're in the 6-figure. Everybody there is working to try and get on salary. Once you get the graphic, you're on salary, 6 figures, boom. If you're a name, you're making 7 figures, okay? The Bucks are each probably making, and I'm not joking, 7 mil a year. Like, that's probably around what they're making because they have office jobs too. They've said it, NBA level contracts. So what's the lowest deal in the NBA? What's the lowest amount of money in the NBA you can be paid? What is it, like 1.15 mil? So NBA level deals. They didn't say NBA rookie level deals. Becky Lynch makes more than $1 million. So when they're saying NBA levels, they probably make over 10 mil combined, dude, when all's said and done. So Tone is paying out of his ass. This is why people say Swerve is fucking overpaid. FTR are probably both making 7 figures each as a tag team. And then this guy says they're paying you $3 million a year and you have no influence on ratings. I'm a fan, but damn. And then Strickland says, do the homework on my last Dynamite main event. Yeah, buddy, like not even, holy shit. Buddy, not even 700,000 people saw that shit. Like, you'll be lucky if with the max number 700,000 people saw that shit. And they're paying you, like, there's actors on shows that are actually doing well, not making that much, not making even close to what you're making on shows that are actually doing well. Scripted programming, season 1, there's actors on the fucking Pit that aren't making what you're making. And that's like the number 1 show for HBO Max. So all you're doing, Swerve, is confirming that you're overpaid and that a lot of people in AEW are. The majority of people in AEW are. It doesn't take a rocket journalist to teach you this, right? To explain this to you. So it's pretty cringe when these wrestlers do this shit. And then you have to think about this. MyAEW, which I talked about on the Member Monday show. I broke it down more in depth. Just my initial reactions. It all broke that day, and we'll just go over it quickly here. Okay. And there hasn't been too much news that's come out since the initial announcement. So just to quickly recap. Now, remember, guys, AEW incurs all the cost for this. And yes, it's international. However, it's not a coincidence Tone rolled this shit out before Paramount's about to acquire the shit. And if they don't get 50 million from Amazon or some shit, what the fuck are they going to do? They're going to roll this out in America. Ooh, whoa. They're going to roll the kids out in America. Ooh, whoa. And then they take on all the cost of everything. They have to get their own advertisers as well and advertise themselves. Like, it won't be, oh, we're with Warner Bros, so they'll promote us. Like, ads will run during whatever show is on TBS during the week or whatever. We lose the Superman cross promotion and the comic book promotions and all of these things. So what do they have to do? They have to figure out new ways to market themselves, and they have to figure out their own advertisers. That's all going to cost money. That's all going to take time and resources, and they're going to host it all. Let's just say in the future here, we'll time travel here to the future, right? Back in time. Time Cop. It's kind of like Time Cop. And so MyAEW will just quickly rip through this because I broke this down, and it says excluding Canada. What did we do, buddy? Can I finish? Can I finish? All right, I'm finished.
You are racist.
So for $8 monthly, you get watch AEW Fast Channel, AEW Podcasts, AEW Dynamite and Collision live, Ring of Honor, Honor Club TV live, Ring of Honor pay-per-view live if during the month, AEW TV archive. Okay, maybe that's worth $8. But then once you get to these other tiers, it just ain't worth it. So for $20, you get monthly plus pay-per-view, watch AEW Fast Channel, AEW Podcast, one AEW pay-per-view airing during month with an asterisk. Now the asterisk says, let me ask you. It says, included in subscription, available in library 90 days after original broadcast. So the pay-per-view airs and then you get it 3 months later on the fucking thing on demand. Like, what a rip, buddy. This is the worst deal ever. So you get Dynamite and Collision live, Ring of Honor, AEW TV archives, select AEW pay-per-view archives. Or you can just pay upfront. You get the exact same shit and you save some money. It's like 10 months, $10, 10 months a buck. It's $10 a month that way if you just pay up front for the annual. And yeah, so if you're a diehard sicko, that rules, but you don't even get the pay-per-views, so then you're paying for this shit, and then you got to buy the pay-per-views. Meanwhile, you know, there's people who aren't Dave Meltzer that are saying, I guess, I don't even know what Dave and Brian were talking about with the pay-per-view numbers on their fucking show. I actually don't know. But the US broadcast, whatever the fuck, I guess, revealed that according to some numbers that are out there, like on average, AEW fans, which again, which vague number is Brian talking about when he says this? But there was some clip that came out of them talking about like AEW fans are buying one pay-per-view per year. And it's like, I believe that. You think they're going to buy 12 a year when piracy's so easy? Most of these fucking AEW fans likely are pirating everything already as it is and have been this whole time. The majority of them. They're fucking internet sickos. If Justin Bieber, if LeBron James is sitting on the sidelines of a fucking basketball game being broadcast nationally on television, and he's fucking illegally streaming shit, or Justin Bieber's tweeting out, hey, can I get the link for that UFC? Do you think sickos are going to shill out the fucking money when people like that aren't shilling out the money for this shit, for even UFC fights, dude? Why do you think UFC went to streaming? Because this is done. The pay-per-view, all this shit's done. Just put it all on streaming. But yeah, so international, you guys use MyAEW, I guess, and it started tonight. So a quick update tonight. AEW announced that starting tonight on the MyAEW website app, it's launch, daddy. Dynamite and Collision will air live. Replays will be available instantly on demand after they go off the air. If you tune in during, you can rewind and watch from the start or live. Okay, so Netflix, you can do that. TV shows will have uninterrupted full screen experience during the picture-in-picture breaks, just like Fight and Triller. So that's actually a W for AEW there. Like, I mean, I'll give a round of applause where it's due. International, I mean, it's the same flex for the Netflix audience as far with WWE, as far as like, we don't get ads, but then we do get ads. So that's the thing. People are pumped for this MyAEW thing now, but what if they don't get a TV deal? You best believe they're going to roll out unskippable ads and shit. And then are sickos going to keep the same energy? I don't know, but Tone starting his own network is back in the conversation. A lot of people thought that wouldn't fucking happen. And it's not to say he won't get a little like, oh, we're on something little like Access TV, or he's in his Destination America era, and they simulcast on MyAEW in a couple years or in a year or whatever. It's not like that can't happen and someone doesn't give out a little bit of money. But what's Paramount going to do with the ownership as well? They own anywhere from 5 to fucking 10 to 25% of the company, depending who you ask and who breaks it down which way, right? So what does Paramount do? They sell it back to Tone. So Tone owns that chunk. He has to pay for that. Then he incurs all the costs. Then he has to use the resources to get the fucking advertisers and all this shit. Let's just say in a world where they have to use MyAEW and they don't get a TV deal. And even if they do get a TV deal, it'll be much less. So everybody's talking shit about we're getting paid so much. Swerve is bragging about how much he's getting paid. Motherfucker, he can't maintain that. That's just for you for now. Like he's not going to be able to sign everybody up, or maybe he does and he's just like unlimited throwing every dollar. I don't care if I lose every fucking dollar. At what point does his dad step in? I don't know. Tone makes more money in a fucking month than I'll ever see in my goddamn life, or the Khan family does. Okay. And so I can see them just keeping this shit alive forever. But they won't exist the way they do. It's going to be much different. And it's really hard to spin like, how are they going to spin the viewerships up? How are they going to, after just convincing everybody? And again, I criticize WWE for the same shit. You shouldn't have to have 3 fucking different streaming platforms in order to watch them, to watch all their shit. With AEW, it's not even a matter of you'll need 3 streaming platforms to watch their shit. It's a matter of they told you to go to Triller, then they told you to go to HBO Max, and then Max didn't have the pay-per-views, and then you guys are on Amazon, and then Max has the pay-per-views, and then now it's going to be like everybody go to MyAEW or whatever the fuck. Or you tell everyone go to MyAEW and let's say Tubi gets in business with them. I'm just throwing out a random streamer. And Tubi gives them money for the fucking... They forked out money for Cartoon Network. Maybe they scoop up AEW. Who knows, right? But yeah, it rolled out tonight. If anybody's using MyAEW.com, please report back to your boy Phil and let me know. Does it work good? Does it stream well? Does the rewind feature work well? Does the replay work well? Like, somebody should scrub through this thing and give me the rundown if you can. That would be excellent. And just hit me up in email or DM me somewhere. Just hit me up with a public post on Twitter and tag me in it at Pro Wrestle Times. And yeah, I would love to see how this works, and it's excluding Canada, so I don't think I can even sign up. I went to the site and it says I can buy the shit, but I don't know if it actually streams the shit, which is a bit of a ripoff. But I can add it to my cart and all that, but I'm not about to pay $50 for Revolution on this random site and then not be able to watch it. Like, I ain't doing that. So if someone in the state or internationally, pardon me, someone in Mexico or Australia or the UK, we have listeners from all over the world, pimping all over the world. PWT, the P is for pimping all over the world. Sing it, hoes. And yeah, so I think this is a good idea, but I think it's Tone being reactionary and playing catch up, which I never, unless it's ketchup chips, I never get down with, because you can't be playing catch up in this business when you're a fucking this multi-billionaire young guy. You should be way ahead of the curve on everything. Ahead of the curve, ahead of the curb. We're saying everything wrong tonight. I just want to drink some coffee. So Kenneth Douglas has been a member for 12 months. God damn. Thank you for your 12-month membership. Well, Fletcher and Speedball as well. Get all the stars, but it would, get extra stars if it, in the Tokyo Dome, Brian. Yeah, dude. Thank you so much for your membership for 12 fucking months, dude.
Acknowledge me.
Let's go to YouTube. I'm going to end this poll, and I'm going to holler at you guys about what we think stars-wise this will get. So 53% of you pick 7 stars, the first one ever outside of the Tokyo Dome. But for real, though, that match will get 4 or 5 stars, depending. I think I fucked up, or the poll looks all fucked. Oh, no, it's in order of what was voted. I see. I couldn't fit in the Brian at the end. Yeah, that's what Dave said. Oh, gay for each other.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Yeah, dude, 7 stars, 53% voted it. Dave is just jizzing right now watching this match, too. He's just going to be like, oh, but the Bucks, they're just spectacular. These Bucks, Brian, they're just phenomenal. He's on some shit like that. I'm going to chug down some coffee.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. I dropped a Botchamania watch along with JJ Alexander on there, and on Friday another one drops. Botchamania 14 watch along drops. So make sure you guys check that out. So we're talking about what some of these wrestlers have going on in their lives, and Dave Meltzer's like, indubitably, Brian, this is the greatest, most intense I've ever come in my life, finally seeing it live on Triller, Brian. But Kenny Omega's not here. He's doing the Capcom games and the Capcom Cup, and he's fucked off to Capcom, and I don't think he could get free in time for Revolution. He could not get free for Revolution. Like, this is some shit a prior engagement he had going on, and it's so funny. Again, we talked about Swerve, Mark and Tone in for money. Him and Swerve had a great match. They had a good build to their match. That shit couldn't have paid off at the fucking pay-per-view. fuck is going on here? So here's Kenny Omega at the Capcom Cup. And Meltzer's he was at the front row of here too. He actually had a blow-up doll of himself in the front row of the Capcom Cup, and he's the Capcom Cuck. Let's take a look here. And no hate on the Capcom Cup. Shout that shit out. It's a gaming tournament that Kenny Omega, I guess he's playing Alex or whatever. Is that the character's name? Kevin? Some white guy name. I don't know. Steven?
And himself, you see him there in all his glory. None other than Alex gracing us with his presence in the form of Kenny Omega. Look at the detail on that costume. Phenomenal work there by the makeup artist. Absolutely insane stuff. There he is, Alex Green.
It's fucking red. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. It's a fucking Halloween costume. You can find that shit at Spirit Halloween. That outfit is $29.99 at Spirit. I don't know if it's really that phenomenal of work, just being honest. So here is Kenny Omega welcoming the crowd to Capcom Cup 12. And again, Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes will be on tour doing promo for the film Street Fighter, and Kenny Omega's here cosplaying. No, I'm not even hating on it, but it's just crazy that these wrestlers like prioritize this shit over AEW.
I want to feel your energy. I want to make some noise. Come on! Come, 12. Let's start!
I don't know. Chat, who plays Eddie Gordo if they make a fucking Tekken fighting movie? So Dynamite here is ending, I believe, and they're just promoting Revolution. You guys can let me know what you think in the chat or comments down below about this Go Home Dynamite. And I'm not sure if the show's done yet or if there's going to be an overrun, but that show went down, and we actually have attendances from this show and some PLEs or pay-per-views, whatever you want to call them. If they're hosted on streaming internationally, then they officially are PLEs and not pay-per-views anymore. But Dynamite and Collision. So they're also doing Collision tonight. Now, is it being taped or is it happening right now, an extra bonus hour? I never know anymore with Dynamite or AEW or Tone. But the current setup is for 2,408. They sold this thing out. Let's see. Their last time they were there, but it says last promotion here. So this motherfucker WrestleTix that some people say is a shill. I don't know how that's possible. He just sort of promotes like objective data, right? Like if they distributed a certain amount of tickets and the setup's a certain amount, like you can't really lie about that. People can just fact check them on it for the most part. But the last promotion there instead of the last time AEW was there, and he could have went with the last time they were in San Jose, but he didn't. And even if they weren't in this building, he could still say the last time they were in San Jose, but he didn't do that because it would look terrible. It would look terrible for them. But the last promotion there, New Japan Battle in the Valley in 2025, did 1,600 people. Now, I just don't know what the fuck that has to do with AEW other than to maybe make them look good. The cheapest ticket was $37. And the only tickets that were left were wheelchair accessible seats. So Quadfather in the chat, fucking they were saved up for you, bud. You no-showed. What happened? No. But the San Jose Civic Center, so the total number of seats on map are 2,408. So they sold it out. Shout them out. They're in San Jose, Dave's hometown. And good for them running a smaller building. The crowd did seem way more into it. I will say the crowd, I'll give them an A+ for tonight's Dynamite. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Let's take a look at what some of their pay-per-views are doing, though. And then we'll look at some ratings. So Double or Nothing, well, actually, Revolution has 10,000. Everybody knows that. They're at 10,000. They're set up. And it's actually an AEW Revolution press conference right now, guys. So I have that turned on. And Danielson's out here introducing everybody. And maybe we'll quickly preview the card. Let's do that. I'll do AEW Revolution match card. And we will see... No, not a template, you fucking marks. Googling this shit for your shitty podcasts. AEW Revolution 2026, buddy. Where's Wikipedia? Remember when Wikipedia would come up before anything else? So we'll go over that just quickly, but Double or Nothing is kind of struggling. Like the setup's 9,500 and they've distributed 7,900. Now it is in May. It's still 2 months away. I guarantee they'll do over 10,000 for Double or Nothing. But again, we're kind of narrowing down. It's in New York, across the country from this pay-per-view. And we're just seeing that it's just dwindling down, okay? Their pay-per-views do 10,000 or more with a padded house. And Dynamites do a solid 2,000 to 4,000 people, again with a padded house, cheap tickets. So are they up year over year? Fucking no, they're not. But am I shitting on this? No. But now you got to convert these people to MyAEW users, and I would just be rushing to push out. I'd be trying to tell everyone in the U.S., get Honor Club, because when we roll this out in the U.S. and in Canada or wherever the fuck, you guys will get a huge discount and we'll roll your accounts over and we'll give you a fucking credit or something for being Honor Club. Everyone who's been with Honor Club for 3 months or more gets a fucking discount on the annual whatever, and their first 3 months of MyAEW free at a discount. You got to just start rolling it out, Tone. Like, don't fake the funk. Like, oh no, I'm excited for the Paramount sale. That's what Tony Khan said. I'm actually excited for the sale with Paramount. You're fucking coping, bud. You really should not be excited for it. I mean, a blind mouse could tell you that.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard, coping and seething.
But yeah, I hope they do the damn thing, and we'll see, man. This press conference is formatted way better than their work shoot, the cringe ones that Tony Khan does. Speaking of Tony Khan, we're going to get into him in a minute. Pause. No Diddy party, no Epstein files. But first, we have some ratings for Collision here. So the viewership was up slightly for last Saturday's episode from the prior week that opposed the Chamber. However, the 18 to 49 rating was the lowest since Nielsen updated their methodology in late January. And this is courtesy of Raj Giri at the Raj Giri. Collision averaged 370K viewers, up 1%. So TNA's doing 250. If they can get up to 350 in 1 year's time, and if AEW keeps going the way they're going, and in 1 year's time, Collision might not even exist, then we'll see, man. It's up 1% from the prior week, so inconsequential, down 17% in the key demo. And I love how Dave now has flip-flopped on total viewership. Again, we've been roasting Dave a ton tonight, but he has flip-flopped on total viewership in key demo once more. We covered it last Thursday, and it's just curious how they're up overall by 1%, but down 17 in the key demo. And you can say Nielsen's doing funky shit all you want, but AEW's definitely not up year over year or year over the last 3 years or year over the last 4 years or whatever the fuck. Now, the reason people look at that is because the only trajectory, and people got to fucking understand this about AEW, IWC, understand this about AEW. We've seen for decades WWE has ebbs and flows, and if they just start tanking, and if they went 7 years straight of just down, if they just went fucking 7 years, 5 years straight of just trending down, yes, it would get called out. TNA as well. People are like, why is there hype on TNA? Because they're trending up, can only go up from here, up. They're just going up and up and up. Now, is it great leaps? No. Is it as big of leaps as AEW went down? No. But TNA's been around a long time, and there's been ebbs and flows, and now that they're turning it around, it's because we saw for how many years them go down. So now it's like they're going up and we're tracking it in real time. Okay. And the fans can see it and they're seeing it pay off in the presentation and what stars are featured on the show. Okay. For AEW, it has just been, since its inception, down, spike with Punk. Punk gets in problems. He's fucking, he's kicked out of the company or he's injured or whatever for 9 months or however long it was. He comes back, it goes up again, then just down once he gets in another brawl. And when Punk came back the second time, and here's the thing too, when Punk showed up, it was up and then it kind of went down a little bit. And then when he got kicked out of AEW the second time, came back, it went up, but not as up as it went up when he first. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck. If it's stuck, then it's up. I don't even know. But I don't even know who sings that one. Is it Cardi B or is it Nicki Minaj? I actually don't know who sings that one. But anyways, it's one of those rappers. It's one of those Cuervos, Brian. Jesus Christ. Okay, joking aside, you guys get the point I'm trying to make. They've only gone down, and the only thing that's made them go up besides
Cuervo with him the whole time too.
CM Punk, and then CM Punk fucking left, and then it's just been down. So you could say if CM Punk returned to TNA, they would have had an explosion in popularity as well. And then it would have kind of maybe went down, or maybe they maintained it. Who fucking knows? But either way, it's because an external factor, CM fucking Punk came in. He could have returned to fucking New Japan and people would have went, holy shit, and watched the New Japan. Like Jericho went to New Japan, their numbers fucking spiked. Punk could have went to New Japan, their numbers would have fucking spiked. I'm so retarded. Oh, man. So again, the reason AEW gets this criticism of like the year over year thing, people aren't just talking year over just last year. We're talking like year over last year and year over the year before that and year over the last 3 years and year over the last 4. We don't know anything other than going down with AEW. So we need to see them go up and up and up and up. Now they're artificially telling us that's happening right now with no proof of it. That's why no one can get behind it. It's just not genuine. It's not authentic, man. Let someone other than Meltzer prove this to people. And it sucks when like Thurston, people accept the attendance at All In and they clown the 20,000 or the 25,000 or whatever they fucking said they had there. And like people accept it. Okay, it's still no WWE numbers. And then what the fuck happens? Thurston writes a thing. They padded it. It was more like 18,000 fucking people were there. And then it just gives you more of a reason to fucking clown on it. Because that just indicates it's down even more than the initial down. So why would we believe that fucking Downs Dave would fucking... Dave has downs, I think. Because why would we believe... No. Why would he believe that these invisible... Or why would he be dumb enough to think we would believe that these invisible numbers that only he has access to, and they're all just these random anomalies that don't make sense, that nobody else can come to the conclusion of, why would we believe that they're true? It's crazy. And then WrestleTix also goes, the last promotion that was at this building, and that's fair. But what the fuck? What did AEW do last time they were in San Jose? You know, it's probably down year over year. So I'm glad they did a sellout there. But the pay-per-views, like their SummerSlam Double or Nothing event, that's their Mania or SummerSlam. You could argue that's their Survivor Series show, one of their big shows of the year, right? Presented as like SummerSlam or whatever the fuck. Double or Nothing does the same. It'll do the same that Revolution's doing. And now, does that mean that Revolution is a bigger show now and shit? No, it means we're like dwindling it down to the number of AEW fans that exist. And I have a hard time believing that they're all magically watching on Max and shit in these weird numbers that are way astronomically higher than the NBA or NFL or anything like that. It's all in people's imagination. And, yeah, the key demo. We've seen Dave flip on that a couple times, and it just seems weird. Like they're hedging their bets on like all the old fake shit. Oh, this TV deal, Brian, it was so amazing. Remember 3 years or how many? Wait, how many years was it? 2, 1? When was that shit? When they got that initial TV deal? It was like a year ago, and then it goes for another year with an option, right? Or was it 2 years? Whatever. It doesn't even matter. But when Dave was running with that narrative, the $2 billion and all that shit, it seems like he's running with that again, talking about their old deal and then talking about the key demos. And then meanwhile, he won't talk on how this is almost down 20% and Nielsen's just against them. And it's always a conspiracy. And the pay-per-view numbers are allegedly down, according to Dave and Brian now, like down from what Dave estimated. And he starts talking about 2023 and 2024. And it's like, what's going on, man? So I just hope that, I guess they can turn shit around. I don't know, but their big events are coming down to the level of their normal events. And it's the same hustle of like, oh, well, they sold more pay-per-views this year. And it's like, okay, let's say they did. Four fucking pay-per-views. Now they do one a month now, and they're even promising it on the MyAEW, one pay-per-view event a month. That's like promised on there. So are they going to deliver on that? You need to be cutting down the amount of pay-per-views you do, and especially if these numbers are fucking true that Dave and them were coping about, which we're going to talk about on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week tomorrow. Yeah, so that's a long rant on Collision ratings, but it is what it is, man. Speaking of is what it is, we have some Tony Khan cringe that we're going to get into, but before that, people were cringed out by Will Ospreay and this picture that he posted. So he did his show. We talked about it earlier, EVE, Wrestle Queendom or whatever. And he posted this long ass thread, like thanking everyone who appeared on the show. Right. And he's thanking the Joshis and Charlie. She was there, Charlie, and other wrestlers. And then he posts this one. And Will Ospreay says, shout out my producers, bruv. Bruv. Me producers, bruv. Me co-producers. Michael Oku, Nina Samuels, and Paul Robinson. I can never forget how much work you've put into making every match feel special. Now, these other posts, I'll read you the numbers, right? 569 likes, 67 reposts, 543 likes, 58 reposts, 380 likes, 37 reposts. This one, are you guys ready? Mind freak. Are you ready? 740 likes, 600 reposts. So that means like a bunch of people were quoting this shit and being like, you sick fuck.
You fucking mark.
You what? And Ospreay is in this picture with this Paul Robinson fellow. I think this is him right here in this picture. If not, sorry, bruv, but you're yeah, this is the one named Sailor Moon. But this one got quote tweeted into Oblivia Creek because people were like, this is a guy who Me Too'd people. Hashtag Me Too'd him. Or them, some ladies or something, right? And so I'm unfamiliar with, I've never heard of this guy until now. People are drumming it up. But again, they pointed out the IWC, when I say they, I mean the IWC, they pointed out, like, look, dude, where's the sickos getting outraged about this? You know, Drew McIntyre takes a picture with Feinstein, or Booker T takes a picture with Jason Rance. Everybody loses their fucking minds. You know, Hangman takes pictures with Marty Scurll. Ospreay takes pictures with Paul Robinson, and nobody gives a shit, seemingly, or the sickos don't keep the same energy. And the reason for that is because they're sickos, guys. Okay? If you want to get outraged, get outraged, but the sickos don't keep the same energy for anything. Okay? They don't keep the same energy for a goddamn thing, ever. So people respond to this, and this gentleman here, Colin, based CLC, at base CLC, says, brother, your boy Paul was texting a minor behind his wife's back. Ugh, yucky. I suggest you cease working with him. Damn, is that true? So this is AI. I guess Colin here, this gentleman on X, asked AI about it, right? And it says the primary allegation came from an accuser referred to as Jess, who claimed that in December 24, when she was 16 years old, she and Robinson, then an adult, met during a wrestling trip to Germany, according to her account. Now, is this Jess girl, was she a trainee? The fucking these trainers creeping on trainees and shit, and the girls on the circuit who are trying to make it. Now, it is kind of cooked. Like, if you're a parent, maybe tell your kid to hold off going on fucking wrestling excursions. You don't want to shield them from the world, but at the same time, like, if this was a trainee, and I don't know that for sure, but like maybe it will be revealed because I didn't read ahead. I like to read it with you guys live. But it's like, there's so many stories of this, and like creeps are gonna go where there's fucking kids, man. And now kids are getting into wrestling school younger and younger. Fuck, man, be weary of this shit, okay? Moving along, though. They talked and connected while wandering around. They kissed outside during a show after sharing a cigarette. Okay, so this guy's a piece of shit. This 16-year-old child was into it, seemingly, but that's fucking retarded to say. I never stand on that side of the fence with this stuff. I'm always like, that's weird. Now, in Canada, like, you can go to the bars when you're 18, 19, depending what province you're in. So, I mean, 18, like, that's not 21 in 21. In like America, you know, like, okay, the people in here should be full-fledged fucking adults. And I'm sure there's, I don't know. I think it's kind of creepy. If you got teen in your age, I just think, I don't know. But if everybody agrees 18's an adult, yep, you can go to War and Die. You can buy cigarettes. You can have a fucking beer. If everyone agrees on that, okay. And depending on what country you're in, I guess, okay, culture's different everywhere, whatever the fuck. But for me personally, I just think it's kind of cooked. I don't know. I've explained this before. It icks me out. So I get the ick. The ew, okay? So they spent time together inseparably over the weekend. They continued communicating via phone calls afterward. Okay, and then the whole time this guy's a wife and kids. So it's like, you're just a piece of shit. His children's mother discovered the communication and sent her nasty messages. They eventually drifted apart, and he blocked her on social media. How old was Mr. Robinson in December 2014? Here's to you, Mr. Robinson. Pray to God that you don't go to hell. Whoa. Hell. Oh, man. The British professional wrestler associated with Progress. Okay, he was born in 88. So, yeah, I guess, did he have a wife behind his wife's back? Or is this just a baby mama? You know? That's a question. But either way, it's creepy. But I'm not saying that makes anything that he did better. But, like, was he married and also doing this? That's fucked. But if they were, it doesn't necessarily strictly say, but that is AI. I don't know. You guys look into it. I know no details about these speaking outs until people dummy me up to them. Maybe I should get JJ on to break down this guy. I'm sure he knows a bunch about him or whatever. But yeah, this is like the real issue here is this is like the third or fourth person that Ospreay's like, I'm down with them, bruv. And this whole speaking out shit like toppled NXT UK, you know? And a lot of that UK scene seemingly, again, like took heat from it, and maybe they took more heat in America from it than they do in the fucking UK. But I don't know, man. A lot of you guys are working in UK or USA promotions as well, so I thought this was America. Don't hate on American culture, where they think this shit's creepy, bud. Yeah, so I guess some people are outraged by this. It got a lot of quote tweets. I think the underlying issue is sickos. You don't keep the same energy, but wackos, WWE fans out there, anti-sickos, don't expect them to. Don't ever expect these fools to fucking keep the same energy with the shit, because they're just not going to. The minute Tone gets his hands on some Saudi money, they're all going to love it. They're all going to fucking gargle it down. And yeah, if this shit drives you nuts, don't let it. It's just fake internet land. None of it's even real. Oh, sorry. Here, I don't keep you waiting. I got a very nice super chat from Ray J's World for 20. What a huge fucking support, buddy.
He had that Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Ranton and Raven, I didn't even see this. Thank you so much, everybody. Shout out Ray J's World, who says, with AEW doing the MyAEW thing and NXT PLEs going to YouTube, TKO and Anthem should work together to improve the TNA Plus app. Buddy, how does it function? Is there instant replay after? Do you only watch it live on there? I'd love for someone to break that down and compare them as well. Here's the thing. TNA Plus app, I think at least has the same amount or more people on it than Honor Club. So you are right, and they should start, pardon me, grinding away on that. And AEW should get to work on just promoting, like, this is how you can watch it in the future if we don't get a TV deal. Don't even say that part, but you know what it is. They should start rolling it out in Canada and America. And have NXT, AAA, and Evolve events sit on the same platform as TNA. Blow MyAEW off the map. Okay, I don't hate that, but you're recommending like going back to the network model. Here's the thing. With YouTube, with their YouTube game and these separate, like, we're going to get a deal over here, and then NXT gets 50 million here, and then we're going to go to ESPN here, and then Peacock, and then before Peacock's up, we're going to go to fucking here, and then USA is going to give us this for SmackDown, and we're going to... The more they're able to do that, the less likely we'll ever see the network again. Now, it would be awesome if there was a hub where maybe, and even if WWE gouged a bit, which they would do, and some people might be like, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. This idea is dumb. I don't want to pay more. But if there was like, hey, you pay this premium and you get all the shit you're talking about, like TNA, NXT, AAA, WWE, Raw, SmackDown, no commercials, but it's going to cost you it'll cost you like what Netflix costs you or a little bit less. And we have this, or you could go watch it on Peacock and this and that and this and that. Peacock, ESPN, Netflix, USA, right? In America and shit. But they're like, we have this network where we are charging like a fucking premium on it. And you're like such a diehard WWE fans. It's really for the diehards. Yeah, I mean, that could work too. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. But then why wouldn't you just, the infrastructure of that, like, why wouldn't you just try and get everyone there and own it all? The reason is because you want Netflix to go, we'll give you $1 billion for 5 more years. And then you want CW to go, we'll give you $50 million for this one show. And then you want fucking Tubi to go, we'll take Next Gen and give you 10 million for 5 shows or whatever the fuck. That's not a real deal, but you guys know what I'm saying, right? Like with A&E, why do they keep putting LFG on there? Well, because you're just putting Kendall Gray on a reality show. And I said it on a podcast, PWT Podcast 103 with Dose, coming out Friday on YouTube, early access on Patreon tomorrow, Time Cop. And I fucking said it that I think with LFG, the way they formatted that, they're trying to get the next reality star who can already work. So they reverse engineered how to get a Miz. You don't get a Miz and then teach him how to work. Fucking, you got a Kendall Gray, and then maybe she becomes a reality star on A&E or whatever the fuck. Nikita Lyons can already work, and you put her on a reality show, maybe she pops off, They're sort of reverse engineering that as well. And so, yes, it would benefit if you had one hub to get all those shows and you could see all that for like a super premium Brian. right? But also then it's like you're trying to get people to go too many fucking places. But everything's a niche now, and maybe the hardcore feds would get it. Thank you so much for that super chat. And yeah, but I know your question or your comment was more about TNA Plus, but like they're not going to put NXT on there is the other point I want to make. Like they're not going to put with AAA, they got to deal with Fox for that, and then they're on YouTube. Even fucking Stand and Deliver is going to be on YouTube. Hey now. YouTube's a really good play. That's why you see the Vault gets a lot of attention and shit, and they're just constantly putting shit up there. They make ad revenue and all of these things, right? So they could just go that route and then keep getting these fucking big deals from all these streamers and networks and whatnot. And I think that's better incentive than like everyone come to TNA Plus, like them putting NXT on there. I don't know if that devalues it or not, but yeah, maybe starting up their own little, like, here's Noah, TNA, and AAA are all on TNA Plus, go there. But then they'd have to start peeling off the top from TNA. I don't want to see TNA get peeled off the top like AEW. I don't want to see them get hustled, dude. I don't want to see them get hustled. Plinian for 5 says, I will say one of my best friends was an AEW sicko. Dude, oh, are you talking about me? And the Hangman situation upset him so much he almost completely quit watching wrestling. Dude, and thank you for the super chat. And that's what I'm saying, Plin. Like, that shit turns people off, and bruv, being associated with people like that, it will turn people off. And especially because, as Billy Botty would say, like, the AEW fan base is woke. The woke activist fans of wrestling fans are woke. And he's not far off. Like, if you want to call it woke, whatever you want to call it, but they're like activisty. And you can't, I'm sorry, that's not, you don't want to cater to that, because then you're held to this standard that you can never be held up to. But I'm like, hanging out with creeps isn't a fucking, that's a societal standard across the board. But the fan base, we've seen them get so fucking outraged about every little fucking thing, and especially when it comes to the Fed. So there's going to be people, and I'm not calling your friend whatever. I'm just saying, like, if there's going to be people in that fan base who gets outraged and they want to chant fuck ice and make their political statements through their wrestling and shit like that, there's going to be people who are like, I don't stand with this, and they're going to be vocal about that, and they're going to go, fuck this. And I don't like the Fed because they fuck with, you know, Epstein filers, allegedly, right? I don't fucking know. I'm joking around. This is a cartoon. This ain't real. But this is Time Cop, the cartoon. Transformers beats G.I. Joe. Time Cop versus G.I. Joe, the animated series. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, they're more activisty with their chants and everything. We've seen it, you know? So if that's the case, then yeah, they're going to get outraged and call that shit out, and they're going to fucking be like, I'm protesting this show too. And you don't want that. And it's just not a good look. And you see how WWE like shut down NXT UK over that shit, and Triple H got punished because the scandal it brought to WWE, and people don't talk about that enough. And then that's why there's heat between Vince and Triple H and them as well. And I've said this on the show. It's because when Vince came out as a creeper, Triple H was like, what the fuck? You punished me and I didn't even do sicko shit. You were doing, like, you know, these fucking guys in the UK were doing this shit. I'm trying to get a UK scene built up over here. I'm over here now, and now I'm over there with the rest of these guys, right? And they sort of took NXT from him, and then the Vince sicko shit came out, and he's like, bud, you, and Triple H was like, dude, you're a sicko, and you fucking punished me for shit I didn't eat, was out of my hands, literally, you know, was in these sickos' hands, literally. But anyways, we're getting off topic here. But let's get into more news, dude. We got Cringe Tone. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the segment of the show called The Best Guys Tony Khan. Tone. And Tony Khan, this one got less than 10K. This was 3 days ago, a 4-minuter. So he's really finding his timing on these, catching his stride. He's in front of a men's locker room. I'm sure he's got all the boys there. I'm sure Dave and Brian are behind the camera whipping each other with towels and playing drop the soap and whatnot. And here's Tone in a fucking high school locker room where the fuck is he? This is my high school locker. This is actually my locker. When I didn't play sports, I was on the cheerleading team. Actually, I wasn't even on that. I kept stats. I worked the scoreboard for the football team.
It's great to see you. It's great to be live tonight. We are coming up for Saturday night AEW Collision at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. We've got a great live audience here. This is going to be one of the biggest crowds for a Collision episode all year. It's going to be a fantastic crowd.
Someone rips a fart. Who's in here? Is someone in here? You hear the toilet flush? Because it's all echoey, like your high school gym locker room with the lockers and then the showers and shit. You all know what I'm talking about.
On TNT and HBO Max.
It doesn't seem like the hallway where the fucking, it seems like none of these have locks on them. You bring your own lock for the gym,
Just announced, speaking of TNT, 2 former TNT champions going one-on-one tonight. You've got Daniel Garcia of the Death Riders taking on Tommaso Ciampa, who's been red hot since he arrived here in AEW. They both held the TNT title and been
fix your fucking suit, man. Jesus.
The face of the network.
It literally looks like if you had a younger sibling growing up and you're fucking getting him dressed quick on Sunday for church and your mom's like, oh shit, and his little tie's sticking out the bottom and it's all loose and not tied correct. Like, come on, man, button that shit up.
And here to do commentary is somebody who Tommaso Ciampa and Daniel Garcia both know very well. They both have wrestled him in big championship matches. That's Mark Briscoe. And Mark Briscoe is going to join us here tonight at AEW Collision.
He's joining us here in the locker room. We're actually getting ready for a big floor hockey game.
Commentary. And a lot of great matches to look forward to, including that Ciampa versus Garcia match. I'm also looking forward to a match coming up that we've had to reschedule and make some changes. 2 of the top tag teams in the women's division, the Timeless Love Bombs and Mega Bad, Megan Bayne and Penelope Ford, were scheduled for a match originally tonight. Of course, you saw earlier on social media, we had this live interview set up before Collision with the TBS champion Willow Nightingale and her partner, Harley Cameron, the Babes of Wrath, the World.
Why is his arm, like, do y'all notice his arm, his left arm is like going further and further across his body, right? So we're at a minute 34. Let's just go back and then I'll jump. I'll go forward again. But look, like at the beginning, it's like just in the middle. And then as we get to like a minute here, look, it's across his chest, like reaching around to his other limp dead arm that he might try and revive here.
Champions, they were attacked by Lena Cross and Megan Bayne. Megan Bayne has said she wants Lena Cross to fulfill the contractual commitments right now temporarily of Penelope Ford, because Penelope Ford, it looks like, unfortunately, will be out with an injury, maybe for weeks, but possibly even up to months. So given Penelope did not get cleared here to compete by our AEW doctors, we've made a change. So tonight, it will be the Timeless Love Bombs against Megan Bayne and Lena Cross. And I know Willow Nightingale and Harley Cameron, who were attacked earlier, will be watching on, looking to see what happens there in that big tag team match with the World Tag Team Champions, who already got into a physical altercation earlier with Megan Bayne and Lena Cross. And of course,
yeah, someone's hurt and they have to change matches. I'm shocked.
They were very familiar with the Timeless Love Bombs. These are some of the top teams, and we're all wishing the best to Penelope Ford, who's a day one star here in AEW, wishing her the best in her recovering. Lena Cross and Megan Bayne versus Timeless Toni Storm and Mina Shirakawa on Collision tonight. Huge matches like Claudio Castagnoli versus Konosuke Takeshita, and the World Tag Team Championship match, the Rascals versus FTR. So much to look forward to tonight. Very excited for Swerve Strickland to take on Gravity. Bandito got involved this past week, the brother of Gravity, when Swerve Strickland.
The brother of Gravity. Oh, well, no, it's like buoyancy, the brother of density. Gravity's actually not real. It's my creation. Oh, man.
Bandito got involved before things got more serious. That's already a very serious situation between Brody and Swerve. I think Bandito will be watching.
It's very serious. Some say the most serious.
Closely. Collision tonight as his brother takes on Swerve, and I think Brody, Bandito's partner, will be watching closely as well ahead of Brody and Swerve at Revolution. It's going to be a fantastic pay-per-view next weekend, and it's going to be a great live Collision tonight.
Great.
So don't go anywhere. It's coming up just minutes from now. We'll see you at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. We're so excited to have you. There's a lot to look forward to.
We get it, buddy. Wrap it up. Wrap it up, dude? What is this, a Phil Mark sign-off where you take fucking 12 minutes and ramble on?
I've also been informed that the dogs, David Phil.
The dogs! You just said we can't. We're waiting to fucking see you guys tonight. Now you're promoting another fucking tag team in the last 30 seconds, Tone. What are you doing?
Clark Connors and Gabe Kidd have just arrived at the building looking for a fight. Looking forward to seeing what those guys produce here now that they've all officially joined us in All Elite Wrestling. Really looking forward to a lot of great action coming up. Again, the show starts just minutes from now, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. I'll see you on Saturday night.
And then the video ends. So it starts with, look, his hands like over here on the left side of his body. By the end, it goes across slowly. Do you guys see that? His whole body, and then at the end, he's holding it in the other hand. Triple cup. See, it's actually a singular cup. So those videos that PWT make, or that joke PWT does, that isn't real. It's only a singular cup. I'm not even two cupping anymore.
On Saturday Night Collision tonight.
And I'll have 2 or 3 more cups, depending how much more orange juice. What does he have in there? It looks orange. I'm drinking a Fanta. I have what is that shit called? I botched. Whatever. It's the Tang. I was gonna say Tang. It's Tang. I have Tang in my cup right now. So I'll give it to Tone, much shorter, but still like 2 minutes shorter, Tone, and you would really drive the point home. But round of applause for Tone. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Ichi Nissan for AEW news. And the best guy's Tony Khan. And we're now live on X, so welcome everybody from the X universe. If you're just joining, for some reason it wasn't fucking working throughout the evening on X. So go to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips or click the link somewhere. Just go to my page, click the link, and you will find your way to the first 2 hours of the fucking show that you missed. And I am going to get into WWE news here, so don't touch that dial, ladies and germs. NordVPN.com/ProWrestleTimes. They're still doing 73% off and for new signups, and an Amazon gift card that's $4.29 Canadian a month, but that works. I'm telling you, that's like $3 fucking American right now. So just consider checking it out. As of now, all of WWE is on Canadian Netflix and YouTube. It's fucking worth it. Speaking of which, we're going to talk about WWE YouTube because Stand and Deliver is going to be on YouTube. We're going to talk about that. Hamburguesa, and of course a bunch of other shit, so don't touch that dial. Let's check in with chat. Ray J's World for 5 says, if not TNA Plus, then have NXT, PLEs, AAA, and Evolve sit on Tubi. Well, Tubi's got to pay them for that shit, brother. That's the only thing, but I like where your head's at. And for me, I'm like, dude, everything's on Netflix or YouTube. Other than, Evolve is on YouTube for me. It's not on Tubi, I don't think. Just like I think Tubi bought in the States, they bought Cartoon Network. They have all the library of shows from Cartoon Network from Warner Bros. So on Tubi in America, They have all, like, if you're into fucking like Powerpuff Girls and all that shit, you know, I used to watch that when I was a kid. Or what do they have? Like Freakazoid, and that show ruled. Or what was the Cow and Chicken? You guys remember that? Johnny Bravo, I think, is on there, and like Dexter's Lab and all that shit. So Tubi, they're spending money. So maybe they're like, we want to get in the WWE. But in Canada, I can't, and I don't know how it is where Tubi even is internationally. I can't watch any of the Cartoon Network shit, and I don't get Evolve on there. But one thing I get that Roku offers is a TNA 24/7 channel where they play like old and more current TNA as well. So that fucking rules. So I get where your head's at, and I like where it's at with that. For me, it's set up really well in Canada already. Tubi in America, if they want to have NXT and all that shit there, that's awesome. But then what does that do? Like, why Tubi? Like, is Tubi just really investing in WWE and to just get it all in one spot? I like where your head's at on that, especially because in America, you got Peacock, you got ESPN DTC or DLC or whatever the fuck it's called. You got USA, you got Netflix. You got to use all these different things. So if you centralize TNA, and I get it, you want people to fucking really take it to MyAEW. I just feel like they don't have to do that. I don't think they have to take it to them, Ray J's World, and I'm going to tell you why. Because that's an old thing to do, MyAEW. They should have done that from the beginning of AEW. And then they should be in every YouTube chat for every one of their videos trying to get people over to MyAEW. Okay? That's what they should be fucking doing. But instead, they don't do that. They just focus on, we're going to do TV and pay-per-views for some reason, which that was an old model as well. So they should have started right away with the streamer and then tried to sell it to motherfuckers down the line. And TBS, they could have had both at the same time. Here's our hub. And they could have been ahead of the curve on that shit as well, but they weren't. YouTube ad system sucks. It cuts in the middle of a match. Tubi does not. Yeah, YouTube ads are doing funky shit. So they're talking about, like, YouTube ads will go picture in picture now and shit like that. I've noticed when I'm watching YouTube on my TV. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Like, does it do that during my show? I hope it fucking doesn't, you know? But I got to get paid over here too, dude. So I really appreciate the super chats. But it's like, I hope it ain't doing that during streams. They're talking about for podcasts and shit. There and movies and TV shows, like legit verified. And now you have like bands doing 24-hour streams of their music videos. And you have like YouTube channels for like most extreme elimination challenge, or the Adult Swim. They will just have their YouTube channels running 24 hours, their shows and shit like that, and do these long streams every episode of season 1. So apparently for stuff like that on YouTube and movies on YouTube, they're going to fix how the ads work, where it'll be sort of how they do it on Tubi and shit like that. Or like on Prime Video, when you're watching like Beast Games or whatever, the way they run ads. Dude, Prime Video is the craziest. We're off on a tangent here before we get to WWE news. Sorry, guys. But Prime Video, they do it. Like, I watch Beast Games on there. There's a couple movies. I'm not like, oh, Beast Games is... I like it. It's a good reality show. It's intense. It's very jump cutty and very like... he knows exactly. It's just YouTube videos on fucking Prime, right? And he has a deal where all of his YouTube videos get sort of categorized on Prime, and then they turn them into like their own shows on there. It's hard to explain, but well, it's not really hard to explain. I just explained it. But he has this show Beast Games that's like unique to Prime, and I like it because they give away so much money. And there's like this pro wrestler named Nick on this season, and on the first season there was another pro wrestler, so I have been supporting them. You know, I'm rooting for them. They're just these indie wrestlers. I don't even know their indie names or whatever. But those shows are formatted to where like the commercials are at the correct like you're saying, it doesn't cut off some shit. It doesn't just pop up like, oh, you're on the internet, here's just you're on Daily Motion, here's a random pop-up ad. It's not like that. They're timed in like a TV show. And so YouTube apparently has been working at that. And the AI already has been integrated in a way where like YouTube's AI knows like when there's a part that you're expecting, like you're like, oh fuck, that's the part I want to, they will stick an ad there. Like AI knows that shit. Like the YouTuber builds up to the reveal and then you notice an ad pops up. They fucking know what they're doing, or the AI's figured that out. So apparently it's going to shift to be more like TV where they're not cutting shit off or right in the middle of a scene or whatever. And I'm passionate about this shit. That's why I'm ranting about it so hard. But Prime is savage. To get back to my other point, I don't know if you guys watch shit on Prime. They're savage in that you can fucking watch a show and then an ad will pop up for like, buy this toilet paper. And then a fucking thing you can click on pops up. And it says, order this shit off Amazon Prime. And you get a discount because you're watching this show. You get $5 off a Charmin cha-cha-cha bitch over to Amazon Prime. Click it on your TV right now. And you can go to your Amazon Prime and put it in your cart. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. And that's definitely the future for everything as well. Like, don't be shocked if fucking, maybe not Netflix, like maybe because they're not selling products, I guess, but all of these, like Tubi or not to be, you know, don't be shocked if there's like a pop-up for fucking WWE, go here and get merch, you know, WWE shop. And AEW could do that. AEW could be on top of that right now with MyAEW and just go, look, we have to find our own advertisers. We're going to give you 1 minute ad breaks and we're just going to advertise our own shit. Click here. You get a fucking 20% discount for watching on MyAEW in the shop or whatever. There's ways to do this. And hopefully they're just on top of it, man. Sorry, I went fucking off on a tangent, but I'm just passionate about this, the YouTube game and all of that, as you guys know. What else is chat saying? So Tony Khan says, chat, do you want me to buy all streaming platforms and merge them into one? Yeah, Tone, we would love that. Actually, no, that would be a monopoly, Tone. Tone, what would you tell the sickos who would say, that's a monopoly, we don't like monopoly? Please sign up to AEW Plus. Who is this? Whoever this Tony Khan guy is, we love you here. I get split screen ads on YouTube now. Yeah, shit, I watch does that shit all the time. We need 100 likes. Yeah, run those likes up, guys. That TNA channel is also on Pluto, Tubi, and Plex. Dude, that fucking rules. Thank you for that. And Plex rules, man. Plex is fucking where it's at. Don't stooge Plex. We got to keep Plex a secret, man. I don't know, but listen, they have movies on there where it's like, what the fuck? How is this on here for free? Right now, how is this on here for free already? And it's like an HD whatever they do on Plex. It fucking works and it's awesome. And they have like a really good catalog of stand-up comedy and shit, guys. Go on there and look up stand-up if you're into jokes and whatnot. They have a fucking huge catalog that I don't know how did they get the rights to all this shit. So anyways, let's get into WWE news. Nord is the only good VPN. The Juice don't own it, thank God. Oh my God. Okay, none of that. Jesus Christ. What are you trying to get me fucking canceled over here? I know nothing of that, but Nord does rule, and I used it way before they ever approached me to fucking do an affiliate thing. So I appreciate everybody who's clicked the link and signed up and gotten a deal. And it's easy to use, man. You just click fucking Canada, just say you're from Vancouver or whatever, and then you log into your fucking Netflix, or you pull your Netflix up. Just make sure all your windows are closed and all your internet shit's closed. And then you just go on your VPN first. I want to be from Norway. And then you can pull up fucking Norway Netflix or whatever the fuck. Yeah, all of WWE's on Canadian Netflix for the most part. And then if not, it'll be on YouTube, including AAA and shit. So yeah. And whenever a video, so in Canada, a lot of videos from the States as well, like people will post shit even on Twitter or on YouTube, and it'll be like, here's a video. Then you click on it and it's like, it's not available in your region. So I just use my VPN. I'm from Michigan now. I fucking can watch it. You know, so it's good shit. And I'm selling you guys on the game, hopefully. Okay, enough babbling, enough rambling, enough nothingness that I'm talking about in plugs. What is Tony saying? Sorry, this Tony guy's fucking popping me. Monopoly is good if it's under me because I care about the people, unlike the evil feds. Okay, so guys, it is time for WWW WWF. So Hamburguesa, Nino Hamburguesa, we talked about AAA a little bit, and it has been confirmed that he's been released from his AAA contract after a clip of him hitting a fan on an independent show went viral. And this is courtesy of Hermanos de Luchas. Let's take a look at this. And this has been confirmed by multiple dirt sheets. There's not much more than this clip. Some people are coming out to his defense and saying, dude, it's part of the show. Like in Mexico, people dive and land on the fans, or they give them a hit, and it's it's fun for them, whatever. But it's also a liability. At the end of the day, it's a liability for WWE, and it sucks for this dude because he's getting over and they're pushing him in AAA, or at least utilizing him in AAA. He's not getting some monster push, but like, where's he going to go? To CMLL with Tony Khan? If Tony Khan's smart, and Tony, you're in chat, if Tony Khan's smart, fucking sign up. Or like, if you're in CMLL, sign this guy up, because even though he's a big boy, he can fly around a little bit and people pop for him. And even Rey Mysterio said, the Lucha Goat said, yo, Hamburguesa is the fucking dude. He could be a big, big star and shit. That's what Rey was saying. So they just don't want a liability. Like, now that they're under the microscope and you're under the WWE umbrella, it's no longer, I'm going to sue the wrestler, I'm also going to sue WWE. Now WWE also gets fucking sued, and now they got to settle this shit, and it's just not worth it for them to fucking deal with this. So let's check out this assault. You guys tell me what you think. I mean, that's a real elbow. Those are kind of working elbows, but he's laying them in. I mean, if you don't want someone doing that to you. The crowd is laughing. This guy's like, dude, I'm super uncomfortable. This guy's like, please don't get a boner. Please don't get a boner. Please don't get a boner. Oh, I got a boner. And here's different angles. So was that a fireable offense? Yeah, when you are under the umbrella of a publicly traded company and all this shit. And also, like, what did this fan do to eat that many elbows? Now, did he get brutalized? No. Did he learn his lesson? Yes. Does this shit happen in Mexico more than probably it happens in the Americas? Whoa. Yeah, I'm willing to bet it does. That being said, though, it just turns into, well, we're suing you, we're suing AAA, we're suing WWE, and we're suing TKO now. And imagine if they do say, okay, you're good. And then the next time some shit happens, Hamburguesa fucking breaks someone's nose by accident or whatever the fuck. If you ain't CM Punk, you cannot smack a bitch in the audience and get away with it. So I hope he lands on his feet. And I hope that he finds his way to like CMLL and AEW or something. I mean, if you're Tone, you might as well do it. The guy's over. Maybe not Tone, but like in CMLL. I don't know if that will cause like a rivalry, or maybe he's got heat over there or something. But the guy was getting over. You had Rey Mysterio putting him over. You just got to run and gun with it. And speaking of WWE not wanting a fucking liability on their hands, Logan Paul, he talked a bunch of shit about people, okay? He talked a bunch of shit about NFLers, and he's like, I'm going to punch them out and $1 million and all this stuff. And Le'Veon Bell, pardon me for butchering your name, he called out Logan Paul. So did Braden Fajoko. And Logan Paul says, well, the boss is called. Turns out I'm too valuable of a WWE superstar to be fighting bums. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Bell and Fajoko for their 15 minutes of relevancy. Now back to being broke and retired. I'm going back to Raw every Monday on Netflix. And Logan Paul straight up bitched out of this fight. I'm sorry. He talked all this shit. He also boxed Dylan Dennis when he was under contract with WWE. Now, Dylan Dennis doesn't actually have fucking hands. Dylan Dennis is he fights MMA, but he's a jiu-jitsu player, you know? So he doesn't really have hands like that at all. I've ever seen hands like that. But Logan Paul did bitch the fuck out of this, and he took this video where I better have this fucking video bookmarked. Maybe I bookmarked it in the wrong shit, but I think I did. So Logan Paul like posted this video of him being like, oh, I got the call live on the air. I'm not allowed to fight, dude. Let me look up Logan Paul call. Better call Paul and tell him he can't fight. So here's Logan Paul, I think, acting and pretending. Well, no, I think he really got a call, but he told the WWE brass to hit him up. And he was saying shit like, I'm not going to box dude on a fucking this weekend and all this shit. And then they pulled his card. They're like, buddy, you were talking about boxing 50-year-old Tom Brady. So who gives a fuck about if I'm retired or whatever, you know? And of course, everybody wants the smoke. Even AJ Francis was calling him out. Because who doesn't want a celebrity boxing match against Logan Paul? And on Netflix, I'm sure he'd be allowed to do it. And he's not going to get hurt so bad. Oh, you're going to get hurt so bad that you're going to wish I didn't hurt you so bad. However, it is WrestleMania season. So WWE, I called it right away. They're not going to let him do this until after WrestleMania season, period. So is this a cop-out? A little bit. Is it kind of phony that he got the phone call? Oh, and dude, I just so happened to be streaming, dude. I know that he fucking streams his life, but this is too phony to me. Like, he knew when the call was coming. He knew to be streaming at that time, just like he knew to be wearing this fucking Prime jersey at the time as well and have the Rip It logo in the background. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's indelibly calculated. Let's take a look at this call. And then we get Le'Veon Bell, who went on Busted Open and walked back some of his comments about pro wrestlers. We'll get to that in a minute.
What's up, Chris?
There's a big time call.
Stop. Why? Can I ask why?
Well, I mean, one, we don't want you to get injured.
Bro, I'm not going to get injured. These guys can't box.
I know, but it's just unnecessary risk. Like, you don't know if you slip, you fall. I mean, you don't want to risk any.
No, Chris.
I get it. I know you're not. We appreciate all the hype, right? Like, we get you're doing your thing. That's great. But, like, we can't have you box. You're full-time WWE.
Chris, it's not, bro. It's not, dude. These guys cannot box. They're football players. There's no risk.
And Logan talks so much shit, but like you answer to fucking. So for instance, like you have to answer to WWE. Francis Ngannou at the press conference for Rousey Carano, the Netflix press conference. Jake Paul was there, and Francis Ngannou bitched him up, dude, and chapped his ass up. Jake Paul owns MVP. He's partnering with fucking Netflix to put on that event. And Francis got hired, Francis Ngannou, as the co-main, right? And he's getting paid a huge bag, but even he just bitched up Jake Paul. He even bitched up Dana White. And like Logan Paul can't do that. So you talked all this shit, and now you're backing down. It's what it is, man. If you really called your own fucking shots, like we know Logan Paul can. The whole thing with him is like, I'm bigger than pro wrestling and all this sort of shit, right? That was sort of the allure. And I get he's full-time, and I get that. And I'm happy WWE said no. Like, I'm not knocking WWE for this, but it's like he's a cheeseball. He knew that they weren't going to let him do it. That's why he talked all that shit. And he knew he was just trying to work up a fight with Tom Brady because it's a fucking name. He's not going to fight any of these dudes for real and risk getting starched and KO'd. He's not going to fight anyone his size. He'll fight Floyd Mayweather, who will pitter-patter him in the fucking ring and carry him through an exhibition. He's not going to fight a real dude who will starch him. And WWE shouldn't let him do this and tell him to shut the fuck up.
I'm glad you feel that way. That's why you are who you are. But we are trying to eliminate that risk. and look out for when we do WrestleMania. We do not need you in a boxing ring.
Oh man, is there any way I can convince you? What if I cut you guys? What if I cut the WWE in on my winnings? Because I'm gonna make $2 million in a weekend.
We're good. We're good on the money.
Yeah, they're like, buddy, we pay you more than that a fucking year. We don't need a cut of your $2 million for your social media stunt, asshole.
We just would prefer you not to be boxing.
Hey, my loyalty's with the WWE. I'm a good independent contractor, brother. Whatever you guys need, and if you need me to shut it down, I'll do it.
That's being a good employee, dude.
All right, see you Monday, Chris. Bosses ain't happy.
See you Monday. Come on, man.
Shit.
I got myself into a situation.
At the end of the day, I'm a WWE superstar, and my loyalty is with the WWE. If I do not have their blessing to do some extracurricular activities that are unrelated to the WWE, like boxing, as much as I would love to do it, I gotta honor my job and my commitment to my profession. I understand the perspective. I obviously don't like it. I spent like $5 to $10K drafting the contract. That sucks, bro. I had it drawn up.
Oh no! Yeah, that's chill, man. And yeah, he's marketing well and all this shit, but they're not gonna let him fucking do that. And then you have like AJ Francis and even Logan Paul. They're all talking about like, oh, I'd fucking beat up a pro wrestler and shit. And like football players are way more athletic than pro wrestlers. Okay, true. Football players would whoop pro wrestlers' asses and shit. And AJ Francis is like, all these football players would whoop all these pro wrestlers' asses. And it's like, well, maybe in a boxing fight where it's two fucking meatheads throwing bones. Okay, but I'll tell you this right now. If in an MMA fight, a fight, okay, if fucking AJ Francis mixed it up with Shinsuke, I bet Shinsuke would tap him out. I bet he'd get him to the ground and fucking submit him. Okay? And even Francis was like, oh, those dudes like Matt Riddle slapped me up 3 times before I could get him one. Okay, here's the thing, buddy. Matt Riddle's not known for having crazy hand speed. He's not even known for his hands. Yes, he has some knockouts and he does have hands, but he's a wrestler-based fighter. Okay? And if Riddle's touching you up, then like, yeah. So in a fight, he's like, oh, those real fighters. Exactly. Because boxing, and no offense to boxing, but you can pitter patter around. The biggest fights are freak show fights. So yes, a big meathead 300-pound football player, and there's crazy athletes in the NFL. Yeah, if you guys were boxing, you'd probably beat a lot of the pro wrestlers. If it was an actual fight though, I think a lot of the pro wrestlers would stand a fucking chance against a lot of the football players who don't know what the fuck to do on the ground. And I'm not saying every wrestler's a shooter, but like, I bet you MMA match, Shinsuke would beat AJ Francis' ass. In a boxing match, okay, yeah, Francis land one of those fucking big giant fists on you for sure. But like that whole conversation's stupid because it's like, well, what fight are we talking about? Are we talking boxing or are we talking a fucking fight? A fight. So that was the call. Here's Bell's response. He went on Busted Open and he was like, dude, I don't mean any disrespect to pro wrestling because a bunch of pro wrestlers started getting disrespected because pro wrestlers always become the butt of the joke. And it's kind of cringe when guys like Riddle are like, oh, I could really beat up Gunther, or AJ Francis is like, I could beat up Roman. It's like, yeah, we know. Who gives a fuck? It's pro wrestling, who gives a shit? You can't draw. If Roman went and fought MMA right now or boxing, he'd draw more than you there. He'd draw more than you in the pro wrestling ring. So what are we really talking about here? You know what I mean? Ali didn't win every fight. He's still the fucking GOAT and still drew, like more than fucking anyone. Why? Because he could sell you on the shit. And so Logan Paul does that really well. I give him points for that. And here is Bell's response on Busted Open.
Could you just apologize to the wrestling fans for some of the things that you said on social media?
Hey, wrestling fans, I sincerely want to apologize. The words that I said on Twitter, I do not mean and I do not stand by. I love wrestling and I think wrestlers are great athletes. I don't want you to think
a lot of wrestlers are. Even you saw Ricochet. He's like, dude, a lot of football players couldn't do what I do, and that's absolutely right. but also you're a better athlete in a different way. Football players are better athletes in different ways. This is what you can't do is go, well, who's the better athlete? They win the fight. No, that's not always the case. Like, absolutely not. It's not always the case. The better athlete. Some people are just freaks. I'm sure Alex Pereira, I'm sure there's better athletes than Alex Pereira Poatan in the UFC, but he just has some weird godlike power in his left hand where he just fucking puts people to sleep. You can't. Mike Tyson, I'm sure there's better athletes than him, but he was ripping lines of cocaine and fucking starching people, sending them to another fucking dimension. That's just like some God-given talent, you know? So same with Logan Paul's athleticism. Like, he is a fucking amazing athlete. He is. But as far as like you're a better athlete so you win the fight, no, there's a lot more that goes in. There's mental toughness, there's endurance, you get freaks like Roy Jones Jr. who are like the craziest athletes ever and can box you the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, there's guys like that. So how are you going to deal with that? There's people with really, like, yes, if you're a good athlete, do you have the potential to be a better fighter? Absolutely. Your cardio, that's a key thing. Being a football player, I'm sure a lot of those guys have good cardio and shit.
Tweets about wrestling and saying they're not athletic.
Cardio will help you in a fight, but is it everything in a fight? Fuck no.
Like, don't take that personal. I was literally trolling because Logan Paul trolled the NFL players, like, and I was upset he said that, so I just kind of attacked his occupation.
Now just fucking eviscerate Logan Paul because you talk shit, you get hit, right? So then he talks all the trash, and then he backs out. Oh, I can't do it. So, Le'Veon, the floor is yours, my friend.
He's been ducking me for about 2 years. So it was just kind of crazy that he actually entertained it this time. He actually said he's going to send over a contract. Listen, he never sent over a contract, y'all. He never sent one over. And I gave him 24 hours. I didn't even call him out on Twitter about it. Then I was going to give him 48 hours. Next thing you know, he gets a mysterious phone call from the WWE saying, oh, man.
Well, it's not that mysterious. It's where he works.
You can't do it. We don't want you to get hurt. We don't want you to slip and fall and get hurt. This might be the biggest duck we have ever witnessed. He got to accept the fact that, like, he's going to be called a duck the rest of his life, and he can never step into a boxing ring again unless he sees me. He never can. He has to retire as a boxer. He can never box again. He literally can't.
Yeah, I mean, he will find a way. I don't think Logan Paul even really wants to box. He just wanted to beat up old man Tom Brady and work it as if it was real, but it was actually just an exhibition, and that's what he wanted to do. He's just looking for a freak show, I won't get hurt situation, and they were trying to hype up that flag football thing. You know, but Logan Paul, can he box? Yeah, his hands a little bit. His brother's the better boxer. He's a great athlete. I think Logan Paul would do better in MMA, but he's just too scared to do that because why? You get tapped the fuck out, right? CM Punk, he goes into MMA. CM Punk was never a great athlete. He was a fucking talker. He goes to MMA. He gets put in there with a young kid who's 2-0, Mickey Gall at the time, and Mickey Gall had a tremendous fall off, but he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt. If you're CM Punk, oh yeah, I did some Kenpo karate. Yeah, so did every other kid when they were a kid. Yeah, so did everyone, buddy. So like, okay, you did karate a little bit when you were younger. You did some jiu-jitsu. You rolled. That's awesome. But, like, you're in there with a fucking brown belt. What makes you think you're going to survive that shit? You know? You have a freak like Brock Lesnar, though. Look how good he did in MMA. And, again, his first fight, he just got submitted. It didn't matter how much bigger than Frank Mir he was. He got fucking tapped out or his second fight, rather, his first UFC fight. His first fight was in Japan. So there's different ways to break this down. You know what I mean? And I get it. Like some of these football players and shit, they go to boxing gyms and whatnot. That's awesome. Max Crosby went in there with Sean Strickland and sparred, and he beat the fuck out of him. You know, like Sean Strickland's the biggest gym bully ever, and you just see it. Like his MMA striking's different than boxing as well. Two different styles, two different martial arts, you know, I guess. But Yeah, it's just it depends. Just being an athlete isn't everything, and just and then not being an athlete but having a certain game isn't everything either. In a boxing match, though, if you're a big heavy ass dude and you're just throwing leather against someone, yeah, there's a good chance like an AJ Francis starches a fucking. If there was no takedowns, he could probably starch Matt Riddle too. And he was talking about he wouldn't want to fight Riddle. Why? Because you'll get taken to the ground. So when all these football players are talking shit who box, just remember they all box. Okay. You can point your way out of a fucking boxing match. You can take 0 damage in boxing and win the majority of your fights. Ask Floyd Mayweather. You know, whereas in MMA, like that shit is ruthless, and all these dudes know that, and so does Logan Paul, so does Jake Paul. That's why
Could you just apologize to the wrestling fans for some of the things that you said on social media?
Hey,
that's why Jake Paul signed with PFL and then never had a fight in the PFL. So, okay, we spent a lot of time on that. I have a couple super chats, and that the bookmarks are fucking up. Phil Mark's bookmarks are fucking up there. So I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I'm just going to refresh it over. Yeah. And we'll get into some other news that isn't shoot fighting and controversies and all of that. Ray J's World for 5. I love NWA on Roku channel. A lot of people clown it, bro. A lot of people are saying JCW's better and shit. Thank you for the fucking support and all the super chats too, dude. Ray J's World again for 5 says Moose dared Logan to a wrestling match. Yeah, they should wrestle. They should wrestle. You know, but AJ Francis was saying shit like Moose would whoop half the people, and it's like, why would he whoop their ass? Because he's a better athlete? Jumping and running and fucking throwing weights in the air. That's not a fight, man. Okay. A fight is it's a way different thing. It's a way different animal. Okay. Max Holloway would beat the fuck out of AJ Francis. There, I said it. Max Holloway would beat the fuck out of Logan Paul. He's 145. He's 155 pounder. He just had a fight at lightweight, I believe, for the BMF. He'd fucking walk the whole, what does that? Okay. In a fight, you know, in boxing though, AJ could fucking crack him twice. He could just punch through Max Holloway's guard, you know, unless Max just got out of the fucking way and pieced him up. But again, we saw Logan Paul in a fight like that with Floyd Mayweather. Mayweather just pieced him up, doggy. Thank you for the super chats, man. I really appreciate that. And yeah, Moose did dare Logan Paul. Yeah, I don't think Moose would fucking dog walk. They're all talking about, I dog walk the whole locker room. I don't know, man. Shinsuke Nakamura can scrap. He was roommates with Lyoto the Dragon Machida. He trained with Tito Ortiz. You know what they were doing? They were wrestling for real. And he fucking does jujitsu with, you guys see the pictures. He's in his gi, still grappling all the time. He's had pro MMA fights. In a fucking MMA fight where you can grapple, like a fight, I don't know, man, where you can kick people in the fucking face too. I don't know, dude. I don't know if you guys are just dog walking everyone. I think Logan Paul should challenge these dudes to MMA fights. Why? Because he actually had an amateur wrestling background. I think he would do better than like trying to box with these guys. You know, because AJ Francis, I think, would knock Logan Paul the fuck out if he got hands on him, you know, and Bell, any of these football players. Yeah. And I'm not trying to diminish boxing. I'm talking about the level these guys are all at. The level they're all at. They're not Floyd Mayweathers. Look how Floyd pieced up Logan Paul. If Francis lands 3 of those, what the fuck do you think? That's night time. You know, Paul weighs 100 pounds more than fucking Mayweather. Mayweather touched him like 100 times in that fight and like got out of the clinch, like worked Logan Paul. He thinks he won that fight. Not to get off in the boxing world, but it has been heating up, man. And yeah, that's so like if these guys are fighting Usyk, he's dog walking everybody. So why are we all flexing how good we are at boxing? You know, call out Usyk or one of these guys, then make some real money. Why is it Logan Paul? Oh, because he's the guy you'll make a lot of money because it's the only shot they'd have at that kind of money. So I don't get mad at people shooting their shot, but like if I'm you know, they were talking about Rico Verhoeven was supposed to, he's like, one of the best Dutch kickboxers of all time. So he was supposed to fight Francis Ngannou on this Gina Carano Ronda Rousey card. Rico Verhoeven, dude, there's some money in you just cleaning up some of these pro wrestlers and football players. I think he's going to the UFC now. Or where the fuck? He just got signed to something. He's fighting somewhere. Oh, yeah, he's fighting Usyk, so he's not in the UFC. They were interested in him, though, and so he was originally going to fight on the Netflix card, but now he's fighting Usyk. That's crazy. So one of the best heavyweight boxers of all time versus one of the best heavyweight kickboxers of all time. That fucking rules. Let's see what happens there, but Usyk's going to clean Verhoeven up, and I'm just saying, like, Verhoeven, start calling these pro wrestlers, football players, talking shit out, man. Make a bunch of money just cleaning these guys up. They all want it. They all want to fight big fights, Anyways, let's get back into WWE news. I'm ranting and raving tonight. Let's get back. So let's talk about ratings and ESPN and stuff and Netflix and all that. So ESPN has reportedly put a stop to letter grades in its reviews of WWE pay-per-views after pushback from WWE. I think that's a fucking L because WWE should not give a fuck if people rate their shows a C+ or whatever, but I don't care. Like, no one reads the goofy things anyways, but they should just let them grade it whatever it is and then just keep doing great business, because all that will do is either that person will get called out for being fraudulent, or they might have to admit, like, actually, this might be better than I'm just, whatever the fuck. I just think it doesn't hurt them to get C+ ratings. Who cares? Let them grade it what they're going to grade it. Speaking of ratings, WWE Raw views were up again for last week's episode, with the show hitting 3 million views for the fourth time since the post-SummerSlam episode. The show scored 3 million views globally for the week per Netflix data, up 7%, with 5.4 million hours viewed, down 4%. The views were the highest since February 2nd, which featured the first CM Punk Roman Reigns confrontation. The show ranked number 3 for the week in the US. I don't even know what any of this means. No. Netflix up 5 from the prior week, up 6 globally from the prior week as well. Year over year, views were down 3%. Total hours viewed were down 14. So they were up again from last week, but down year over year. Raw, get your shit together. That's all I can say, I guess. SmackDown last Friday did 1.19 and a 0.27. Strong key demo, Brian, but some people are sitting there thinking and asking themselves within the IWC, why is there just such a drastically low rating for an episode that was really filled with a bunch of craziness, like Rhodes became champ. I mean, maybe they didn't know it was promoted. They promoted the shit out of it. But I think it's just that season where people are like, fuck, man, we want to get to Mania and some of these SmackDowns. Like, there's a lot of wrestling out there. I didn't watch SmackDown live on Friday, and the show did have some good stuff, but SmackDown is, I don't know, Raw is a better show still, no? In the Raw and SmackDown war, I'd say Raw's still, like, overall the better show. But SmackDown, they're trying to, like, surprise you with shit all the time. You have the open challenge, which should be getting more over than it is. And then you have, like, all of the WWE title stuff is over there. And I just think, especially now with Roman and Punk in them, but even that had a bit of a dip. So maybe there's just some good TV on, folks. It's the World Baseball Classic. People are saying, yeah, some good puck too. Holy man, the Sabres versus Tampa. Man, hockey's been fucking cooking. Even with the Olympics, I know that the Americans were being sore fucking winners for some reason, but that shit was awesome. And then, playoffs are going to start heating up, and we're in we're in the long stretch here, I guess. Or the last stretch rather, and you just have teams fucking fighting 7 fights, 15 goals or whatever in a hockey game. Maybe there's just good sports on. People are like, I'm going to check that shit out. So moving along here in other ratings, news, and whatnot, and attendances. So Monday Night Raw, March 9th. So this is what already went down in Seattle. It wasn't a full-blown sellout. So the last time they were there for SmackDown, 10,500. Of course, since the update, I mean, maybe the night of they hit 10,000 again, but their setup was for 9,800. They did 8,700 tickets sold. I'm sure they hit that 9,000 range, over 10,000. I don't know, but it doesn't really fucking matter. Just bringing that to the show. It was a packed hot house from what we could see. SmackDown ratings last Friday were down from the prior week. So they were down 14%, but up down, pardon me. I am mental. Can't read an emoji. Downwards arrow, it tells you. 21, they were down 21% in the key demo. Its lowest audience and key demo for the show on USA since Nielsen updated their methodology. SmackDown was still number 2 for the night. Year over year, SmackDown was down 32% in total viewers. And it was on primetime cable, it was number 2 behind the NBA on ESPN. Now, is that when did Bam, or was that last night or the night before? Bam Adebayo, hopefully I'm sorry if I butchered your name, bud, but he fucking put up 83 points. He beat Kobe's record, or I guess Kobe's number 2 behind the stilt, right? But he put up 83 points, which beat Kobe's 81. But like he got fouled and sent to the line. Like they just kept forcing him, and like half of his points, he had like 46 free throws in the game. So over half of the points he put up were like free throw attempts or whatever. I don't fucking know. It's super cringe how they got the guy the record. It's like cool, good for him, but they like got him the record so that ratings went up. NBA just seems so fucking phony. Phony. You're a big fat phony. And I don't know what games were on that night. NBA's cooking though too. I guess somebody got this all-time points. Somebody set another record that LeBron will never touch. I'm a LeBron hater. What can I say? Yeah, for some reason, this post won't leave my bookmarks. That sucks. But moving along here, we have stuff to get to. We have stuff to get to. What do we want to talk about next here? So WWE has filed to trademark the name Maya Lockwood, and it is for that gal, Brittany Humphreys, Bailey Humphreys, whatever the fuck her name is, from LFG, that big jacked girl. She is going by Micah Lockwood. And again, another cringe WWE name. I'm sorry. Some of these names are they're getting cringe for whatever fucking reason. To me, they're cringing me out. And speaking of the youngsters, Fit Finlay and William Regal both appear on NXT as Charlie Dempsey joins the Birthright.
Staring into the ring.
Play this.
Dempsey, perhaps.
And Dempsey should be in it. But I think he's in it because Finlay didn't join it, like older Finlay. Connors is in there, but David Finlay didn't join. So.
And with his father, William Regal, looking on, Dempsey is embracing who he was born to be.
And yeah, Stax is in the group. Some people are like, why that Twitter exchange, Twitter X post, twit. I don't know what the fuck to call it anymore. That exchange online where this guy's like, he's fucking or whatever. That's funny. And good for him, because now he's in somewhat of an angle here that actually means something. Past the TNA thing, he always finds himself in these angles that mean something. But after the TNA thing, it was kind of like, okay, Ariana wins the knockouts title, and like all right chanting kind of left a sour taste in some people's mouths, I would say. And it's kind of like, what's next for Stacks, considering he's not with Tony D. That's done. Tony D's still in NXT. I don't know. I kind of felt like D and Stacks were getting called up there at one point as well, but it just didn't happen. So it's like, okay, what's next for this guy? He's always in something that's cooking. And I like the Birthright thing with Lexus King as well. Like, some people might think that's shitting on Lexus King a bit and he deserves his own singles push. I don't know. I think it's good. Dempsey's there. Connor's there. It would just be cool if they use their real fucking names. You know? And there's already Jordan Grace. So Ariana Grace, Ariana Morella, or whatever the fuck. Do that. I'm down with all that. Stacks can just stay Stacks because he's not a fucking relative of anybody. So NXT Stand and Deliver. We're talking about the youngsters here, and Robert Stone's gonna tell us a bunch of shit, and we have developing news from this evening, I believe, here. But NXT Stand and Deliver St. Louis will be streaming globally on WWE's YouTube channel. Round of applause for that. That fucking rules. Let's go. Just make it easy. And that logo's sweet with the blue and the yellow. Blue and yellow, purple bells. Fightful posted an article stating that WWE removed a Ricky Saints NXT segment from last week on their social media due to poor reception. However, you can still find the segment on WWE social media platforms. So did they make that shit up? Is it on YouTube? There's people who screen grabbed, I believe, in the replies here. Like, yeah, Alfred Kunawa here, friend of the show. Full segment. NXT champion Joe Hendry goes undercover to attack Ricky Saints. So where did Fightful and the Dirt Sheets come up with that? You know, that's pretty cooked, man, to just fucking make some bullshit up like that. Sources indicate that Nikki Blackheart, more like Thicky Blackheart. Am I right, fellas? Oh, goo. But yeah, Nikki Blackheart has signed with WWE and is expected to report to the PC soon, according to Body Slam. Hopefully they ain't making that shit up. And I hope they signed her up. We've been covering her for a minute. In Evolve news. So this happened tonight. Actually, let's go back because Robert Stone had this to say. Last week, and it'll be on NXT, Booker T Appreciation Night on NXT.
I'm going to let you break
week.
it at the table.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Stone. And we do have a huge announcement because next week, we're going to be live in Houston, Texas, the hometown of you, Booker T.
And did you guys hear the pop that Booker got at UFC in Houston?
And I don't want to let too many things out of the bag, but we were only supposed to be a team at this desk for 3 months. A lot of people don't know that. And we're now going on over 3 years.
That fucking rules. Vic Joseph rules. Booker T rules. He's so fun in 2K26 just to have him there. And the commentary gets switched up in the game, so that's a bonus.
So I'm honored. I am honored to say that next Tuesday, it will be Booker T Appreciation Night right here on NXT. Oh, hell!
Why you ain't tell me this, man? All day.
He looks genuinely surprised all day, he says. Not, you mean it? You really mean it? Hell yeah, dude. Have a Harlem Heat tag match. And so Robert Stone was putting that fucking work in, man. And he also had this part in the scrolling. I just don't want to miss any of Robert Stone, who fucking rules as well, by the way. NXT kicks ass. Filthy Tom Lawler and fucking Brian Alvarez are crying about it still. and all the bad finishes and all this shit. And I don't know. I like how developmental is run in WWE. I gotta be honest. And so Timothy Thatcher is the new GM. Speaking of GMs, he is the new GM of Evolve. And let's listen to this. Scrolling down a bit so we don't get sniped here by TKO. And what a prime time. I see chat saying, take that, Dave. Exactly. Like Dave Meltzer talked all this shit, and then Booker T goes to UFC, gets this huge pop. They go to Houston. It's Booker appreciation. I'm so glad that they're doing this because it's just a fuck you to Meltzer, who probably thinks Booker T is actually
He had Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
Shocker! This is an incredible choice. The player coach of WWE. Michaels, this is a great call. Love Timothy Thatcher. What a way to kick off the new season here on Wednesday nights.
And I hope Finlay and Regal are moving forward. I hope that they are the general managers or commissioners or the fucking whatever, the managers on NXT. I think that's sort of implied. But even like William Regal as the GM of NXT and then Fit Finlay as like his top consultant or something, or I don't know, guys like Thatcher who's out there wrestling and he's a good mind for wrestling and he understands the business. And even though Tony Khan and all these fucking sickos want Thatcher to go work for Ring of Honor and put those kids over, he just understands the opportunity here, and you got to appreciate that. And I think he did have a match in AEW once, but he didn't sign there for a reason, and everyone loves Thatcher. You know, Danielson loves Thatcher, and you know, I think this is the right move for him and for Evolve. Who else? You know, a guy who gets it like Gunther. Like him and Gunther understand, like, yeah, we're like these shooter dudes, and it's the mat sacred, and we love the real artistry of pro wrestling, et cetera, but we also understand that the sports entertainment aspect is a huge fucking part of that. And this is a good mix up as well from Ava / Stevie Turner / you have Robert Stone, and Robert Stone's cool, but we don't need, like, this is a good switch up from like an Aldous Pierce fucking dudes in nice suits and all that shit. This guy comes wearing carpenter pants, boots, and just like a, you know, he looks like a fucking lumberjack on lunch break, and or a dude working at a fucking factory, and you know he could stretch half the fucking people working there, and he's just a good leader to the young lions. It's like when a guy like Mick Foley's the commissioner or the GM or whatever the fuck. It's always kind of worked in wrestling because you're like, this guy has clout in many aspects, and he, you know, when Stone Cold was the GM, who's going to cross Stone Cold, you know, and he's going to keep everyone in order. So it's better than like, you know, here's your typical, and this is no offense, but like, here's a hot girl or a fucking guy in a really nice suit who's all proper and uber professional. You know, Thatcher might just talk to you like a real guy, and fucking there better be respect here. I'll fucking stretch you, you know, it's a good switch up. Anyways, you guys get it. I rambled about it enough. So Kendall Gray has vacated the Evolve Women's Championship. She will now officially be a part of NXT.
You know, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for coming out here and supporting me since day one. Evolve gave me a place to find myself, to find confidence inside and outside of the ring. And I wouldn't be able to do it without any of you guys. So thank you. And just like I've been taking over Evolve, I'm going to be taking over NXT every Tuesday. Thank you guys. Truthfully, thank you.
Well, Peter, that was certainly...
Yeah, she rules, and she's going to be on LFG, and I wonder if people are going to cry about, oh, she vacated it. Yeah, man. They're taking, for the people upset by this, they're actually taking the most combat sports route there is. So in MMA, the LFA champion, I've explained this, the WFA, name some fucking league, King of the Cage, whatever. That champion vacates their belt and goes to the UFC. It's almost always fucking been that way. Even in the early days, you vacate if your promoters like won't let you hang on to the title. You fucking vacate, go to Pride or the UFC or one of the bigger shows, and you vacate the title. Conor vacated 2 world titles or titles. They're obviously not world titles, but like Conor McGregor. When I say Conor, sorry, not McDavid, Bud McGregor. He vacated, for instance, 2 titles. Every fighter fucking does it. They even held the UFC's Tournament of Champions, where they had champions from all these different leagues. The winner vacated your title, went to the UFC. Tim Elliott won that shit, got a shot at Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson. So in MMA and combat sports, let's say, because in boxing, like, yeah, there's amateur titles, but they're like medals and trophies and shit. It's not like, you know, there's a new whatever the fuck every year. If someone gets Golden Gloves every fucking month, it seems like. But when you get to like the pro level in MMA, you might win a title, and then when UFC calls you, you fucking go to the UFC and you vacate that title. It's how it's always fucking been. So in WWE, in Evolve and NXT, yes, if you're that good, you're going to vacate your shit and go up to WWE, the main roster, because you're on that level. They're actually doing it the correct way, but people get so mad about this shit. I don't know if anyone's mad about Kendall, but I'm sure by tomorrow we'll hear about it. We'll hear people fucking crying and blithering over it. And lastly, in NXT developmental news, Thea Hale. And then we have like more main roster stuff to focus on and the Road to WrestleMania chat. Thanks for sticking with me. This rules. Shout out Twitter. Guys, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. And if you were on X tonight and you didn't see the first 2 hours of the fucking show, I came on live late because for some reason X and StreamYard weren't coagulating together. They weren't working well together. They weren't meshing. So now it's all meta and figured. Now the meta synced up and we're all good. So, but here's what Thea Hale had to say. This is a 2-minute long message, and this went uber viral. 1.1 million views, 18K likes. Like, that's a shitload. 3.4K reposts, 2K comments, 2K. And here's what she had to say about getting shitted on. No Vince McMahon, but metaphorically, verbally on within the IWC is typically why people make these videos, you know?
I've been wanting to touch on this subject for a long time now, and I just haven't felt like I should.
Yeah, Kendall Gray is in LFG chat as well. That is, I spoke correctly. Me and Dose talk about it on PWT podcast, which is dropping fucking Friday on YouTube, Thursday for patrons, tomorrow for patrons. And in the pod we talk about there's a new format for LFG, and yes, she's on that show. So LFG's new season is they're following Nikita Lyons, Carly Bright, Kendall Gray, and Kaylee Armstrong. They're following them. There might be guys that they're following. Yeah, there are, but I only had a picture of the women for some reason, just because the Twitter post I was looking at just had a picture of the women involved. But there's some dudes, there's like 4 dudes they're following who are all NXT main roster, like main NXT roster, and it's their journey to the main WWE roster, Raw and SmackDown. And I don't think it's competition style anymore. They changed the format. It might be kind of like where they get evaluated, but it's just to like reverse engineer a Miz. So now you have girls like Nikita Lyons who can work, and Kendall Gray and Carly Bright, they can work, Kaylee Armstrong, they can work. And then so instead of having them get famous through the reality show and then they don't know how to work like the Miz, and then you got to kind of teach them, these girls already get it, and now it's like a total divas, but like they're being graded and evaluated. Well, I keep saying that, but there's dudes on the show too, but it's just a worked. Total Divas was like a work when that guy snatches Renee Paquette's hat and shit. Like, that's all planted. It's a fake reality show. All reality shows are fake. So that's what LFG is more than it is a competition show. And they did change the format, and she's on that show on A&E. And I think they're trying to boost ratings and sort of reverse engineer, like, okay, we'll get someone who, like, what if she blows up because of that show? You know, the Total Divas shows helped get women's wrestling popular in a way where back then they were writing about it, where certain girls on those shows, like, people were discovering them people discovered the Bellas and shit because of those fucking shows. So I'm sure with LFG, they kind of want to recreate. It's not going to be all like fake relationships, but it's about their grind to get from NXT to main Raw and SmackDown. Thea Hale not involved in that. I wonder how they selected the girls that they selected too. It's trippy, but you pretty much know like all those 4 girls are going to the main roster, and the guys that are included as well. Maxine Dupree's boyfriend, I think, is one of them. I forget his new work name, but anyways, here's Thea Hale's message here
And now
to the IWC.
my opinion's changed.
Or just
I'm a
the world.
22-year-old girl. Think about that for a second.
I'm feeling
I wouldn't have even
22.
graduated college if I moved away in the middle of high school to pursue my dream. Because I valued
Evander
that
Holyfield's son's on it
over
too.
comfortability. And most people could never have fathomed to do that. And every day to look at my Twitter timeline or look at social media and see negative comments about me as a human being is disgusting. I have worked my ass off for 5 years for the biggest moment of my career. And you all take it as a joke. You act like I'm the worst human being in the world.
She's got to be working here a little bit, no?
For my 1 ounce of success that I finally had. It sucks. I don't think you understand every day that I wake up happy, sad, miserable. I don't care. I put professional wrestling above everything. And for 5 years, I have valued this industry to such an extent, and I valued others' opinions. And it is exhausting.
It sucks how like it just sucks how like, you know, the botch with Blake, and then just so many people jumped on Thea Hale, but she's working here. She is for sure. There's a bit of a work. She knows what she's doing with all of this. It might ring true, but she's not actually like, she's hamming it up, giving us some drama. I like it.
I love this more than anything, but what I don't love is to constantly be torn down by other people, by other human beings. At the end of the day, I am a person. I am a 22-year-old girl who is getting to live my dreams. And for some reason, that's wrong. And for some reason, you guys decide that you want to go hate on somebody else because you're not happy with yourself.
Well, it's the art of show. So art is meant to be critiqued. It's literally made for that. Now, yeah, I mean, yes, Twitter just gives people access to talk crazy shit, especially to the women's wrestlers. They get fucking, well, I don't know. Dudes just talk a lot of shit, I would say. And then you have like the girls are, you get fucking like Liv Morgan or Sonya Deville and all that crazy shit, you know? They get shit sent to them, or stalkers outside Paige's house, like all this crazy shit.
You feel the need to tear somebody else down to build yourself up. Are you serious? I don't understand it. I don't understand the level of hate in professional wrestling today. And for just 1 second, I would love for you guys to internally think, would you like for somebody to say this about me? Think about that. So please, take an extra 10 seconds before you put something up on social media. Please. And remember that the person on the other end of it is also a human being. So, I don't know what to tell you. Happy Sunday. Go to church.
Yeah, dude, I fucking love it. That's right, you sinful motherfuckers. Go to church. But yeah, I'm with her on this, and that's sort of a work, but it's real. She's like, you guys are fucking sickos and wackos online, pissing me off, saying fucked up shit, but let me cut a promo like, you know, I love it. Cut promos on the IWC, dude. I love that a lot, and it's just going to help get her over a little bit more with people, and it did. I mean, people were behind her being like, hell yeah. You know, like, we stand with you. What you're saying is true. So it's good shit. Let's get into more main roster stuff, and then we'll close the show. It's been a long one, man. It's been a long one. We started a little late, I think, for East Coast too, but that's daylight savings times. Daylight's savings times. I'm gonna put an S at the end of all of it. So let's talk about it. There are people in WWE that are very hopeful for Stone Cold Steve Austin to appear next week on Raw for 316 Day. Again, anybody could make this up. That people are hopeful. I'm hopeful I get $1 million and a fucking gold toilet, but it's not gonna doesn't mean it's going to happen. WWE superstars are in the building. Rhea Ripley and Grayson Waller were at Zuffa Boxing 4. So that rules, I guess. They're rolling out the celebs. AJ Styles explains his new backstage role in WWE. And he explains what it is on his new gaming podcast. And we were just talking about the youngins. And he's going to be in there, hands-on, mixing it up. And what a mind for the business, AJ Styles, especially longevity-wise.
And at the same time, I'm on the internet and I'm checking out, talent because it's kind of be part of my job with WWE now is I'm looking for talent. And I'm looking to see what I can do, if I can do anything for them. If they can.
And AJ, one of the guys who sort of breaks the mold. It's a cool place. And they say it gets colder. You bundled up now. Wait till it gets colder. I just fucked up the lyrics. You guys get what I'm saying. AJ's a guy that you wouldn't think would have made it in WWE as far as he did. So he might be able to identify like that guy right there is I see me in him,
And get better.
Pause.
Little things like that, because if there's the possibility of them, coming to maybe it's, I don't know, get a WWE ID or something like that, then hopefully I can facilitate in getting that to happen. So it as of right now, it's a little slow, but there's phone calls that's going to have to be made to make sure that my job is done. And it's not just with indie talent. It'll be NXT talent, and as well as it may be some main roster talent as well. I'll be, I'm going to go to Seattle the next Monday Night Raw, talk with talent and just, who knows? There's sometimes you need to talk to somebody to see how they're feeling, and maybe they want to go down the PC and they want to work on some stuff.
Yeah, hell yeah. Just gauge where they're at. That rules. AJ Styles a net positive. Triple H asked Logan Paul to grow his hair out in other creative news.
Did he really ask you to grow it out?
Yeah, well, he
shout out
It
impulsive.
was like a very light suggestion that I took way too seriously.
Yes.
Because he's like, Logan.
His voice.
He's like, would you ever consider growing your hair out? It creates movement. And I was like, yeah actually, I totally understand that. And you know what I'm going to start focusing on, Maxine? Selling.
Oh, yes.
Selling.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like there's an art to the sell. And I'm not sure a lot of people, even me, like place that much focus on it.
Did he really ask?
Say what you will about him fucking ducking out of boxing matches, but I thank God he's saying this. And he gets it. Like Logan Paul has always just understood the pro wrestling mentality and whatnot. And you have to appreciate that. Let me see here. 613805 says, great show, Phil. Thanks for the time. Dude, thank you for your
The best
time.
guys, Tony Khan. Wrestling's not fake.
Thank you for the support. We're kind of breezing through this here. We went long tonight, but it is what it is. I love you guys. And so in main roster news here, Pat McAfee, he dropped a video too. And he got asked a question on IG Live. Is there any plans for a return to WWE in the future? Thanks for always projecting positivity. Here's what Pat McAfee had to say, that it's not likely.
Will I be returning to the WWE in the future? I don't think you ever say never, especially with WWE. But right now, it does not feel like it is something, it's supposed to happen. It doesn't feels like that business has kind of passed me by a little bit. I grew up.
He's making so much money. He scratched his wrestling bug. Just show up and randomly do commentary and get the crowd hyped, dude.
Loving it. Dream to work in it. Feel honored that I had the opportunity to work alongside the GOAT, Michael Cole. But I feel like the business is in a good spot without me. I'll continue to watch.
And apparently, what was it, Ari Emanuel or whoever wants to push him as like the next Sylvester Stallone. And what they mean by that is like action movies, or maybe if he has acting chops, maybe a dramatic picture about an athlete, or he has like a rugged look. It's like when they did The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke or whatever the fuck. He has like a certain rugged look that there's certain roles, and especially action, like Rambo or fucking whatever Sly Stallone was Rocky. He could be a fucking villain in some, who knows what he could be in a movie about, he's like an old boxing coach or some shit. There's roles like that, or I'm a commando who's been through some wars, and he played football. He looks, even though he's the kicker, he looks like he's been hit in the head a couple fucking times. He's taken some bumps and some lumps, and there's a certain quality of, that seems phony when other actors try and put it on. So I think that's what they mean by that, but I don't know how successful they're going to be in that. I don't know how good of an actor he is. Wasn't he in some Netflix shit? I might have to check it out, So Danhausen overtook the WWE merch stand, turned it into the curse stand.
John Cena t-shirt, please. Large. Oh, no, absolutely not. You, get out of here. You should take one of the brand new Danhausen t-shirts. Oh, yeah, look at that. Nice. Great printing, fine print on Danhausen. There you go. And if you don't take it, you are cursed. That's right. All right, who's next? Come on up. Who wants your order? You want a John Cena t-shirt? I don't think so. You can get Danhausen shirts. That's right. You get this on WWEshop.com, or you can come to this wonderful live event. Come with me.
And use the affiliate link below. Oh, come on, Eric. That's not very fair. Why are you directing them to Pro Wrestle Time's affiliate link for WWE Shop? Get a Danhausen shirt. Starcade 99, Eric.
All right. You get these championships that inevitably Danhausen will have all of wrapped around his waist. That'll be great. Yeah, Corey belt. Those are nice. Yeethausen hats. Let's keep going. Where's the good stuff? Oh, there it is. Right there. For everyone has to buy this, or they're cursed. So come get your Danhausen t-shirt. What do you give it? Dude, he has got a CM Punk t-shirt. I don't think so.
Now, my one critique is that he's already, like, in 2 weeks, he's already given out 2 curses. Like, he cursed El Grande Americano for nothing, really. Now, I heard Freddie Prinze Jr. be like, oh, dude, that it was kind of heelish. But no, it's not heelish. It was just, I don't want him to overdo the curse now because it fucking worked, right? He can have his segment where he talks and then the lights go out and then you see him running up the ramp. I love that he's leaning into that shit. It almost makes his debut better, And I pointed out a ton of positives about his debut as well. And I said it. I might be one of the only motherfuckers pointing out that many positives about how the debut actually went down. And I get it. A lot of people, I see it in all the comments. I'm sure people are writing it in chat right now. The Danhausen thing, not for me. Like, okay, it's better. It's better than the debut, sure, but it's just still never going to be my thing. And that's totally fine. That's totally fine. It's definitely, I love fucking Danhausen. I think he rules. And I just hope that they keep the momentum going. Like, he actually is getting over and they're booking it really well. And it could just end up being another huge merch mover for them and whatnot. And hopefully his first match, like, when's he going to wrestle though? Even though he's not this guy where it's like, oh, he's going to have a banger and I want to see him at the tippy top of the card and all of this shit. He's still a guy where it's like, all right, let's get to the matches now. Like, I got to see people wrestle. They can't just be talking shit and like do it, joking around. Like, I want to see, even if it's a 2-minute match, his first singles match, he's got to curse someone. And then he fucking, like, they get distracted by someone on the outside because they're involved in like another storyline kind of. And then Danhausen like does the hurricane roll up on the Rock and then like gets his win. After a curse, like, they got to do that one, they got to do the one I pitched as well about he's going to curse someone in a tag match. And then they're like, what are you doing, idiot? And then they turn around right into a fucking RKO or a BFT or a fucking Penta Destroyer or whatever, and then 1, 2, 3, they got to do that one. There's a few you can do that are realistic, but space them out. You don't have to do 2 in 2 weeks, you know? Because then you got to start getting outlandish with it, or you abandon it, and then it's like, oh shit, did we just hotshot book this a little bit? So now let's talk about some things sort of related to main roster stuff. Well, they are. And then road to WrestleMania here in the next few minutes. So Ric Flair calls out WWE over lack of wrestlers as union despite $9 billion sale. Again, PWT podcast episode 103 is coming out. Early access tomorrow on Patreon, Friday on YouTube, and on audio and shit. And I talked to Dose all about this unionization shit and what he proposes, and it's a fucking awesome pod. Can't wait till you guys hear it. But yeah, they should. I mean, $9 billion, shit, man. You all need a piece of that. Jim Cornette on a fan paying $700 a seat for a second row at SmackDown in Louisville. He says, now it's 3 times what it used to cost in a year just to go to one show and sit in the second row and watch people talk to each other. So I said, on top stars standing idle during commercial breaks. Oh, sorry, that's not part of his quote. One of the biggest stars in the company has been standing there with his dick in his hand for 5 fucking minutes. Jim Cornette called the ticket prices fucking highway robbery on the Jim Cornette experience. And
thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
They can sell them though. So, you know, they can sell them. That's always what you go to. They can sell them. So, here is fan footage of a producer in WWE doing Brock Lesnar's music, and you guys just watch his hand on the left here, and he's doing the lighting to the music, and he's just got it down pat. This guy for sure used to play. He for sure used to play a bunch of Flash Revolution. Do you guys remember that computer game? But that's him working the lights. Like, he's got it down pat. So that fucking rules. I don't know why I slipped that in there. So we are on the road to WrestleMania, ladies and germs, and things are heating up. We have a couple headlines. We start with the first one in Noah, okay? And Yoshitatsu is out there saying, hey, he was the last Japanese male wrestler to win a match at WrestleMania. He won the pre-show battle royal at WrestleMania 26 in 2010. 26, is that when Vince and Donald Trump did their thing? Was that Lashley at 26? I don't remember. Chat will tell me. Comments will tell me. But yeah, Yoshitatsu doing the damn thing. And he's just bringing up WrestleMania. That's cool. Yoshitatsu could be awesome in a bit of a crossover. They put Yoshiki and Amura in 2K26, so I don't know. Drew McIntyre appears to be set for a match against Jacob Fatu at WrestleMania 42, according to PWI. I mean, no shit. He ran in on SmackDown after Randy won the Chamber, and then they announced Rhodes is facing Drew, and then it was like, well, obviously Drew's going to win or lose the fucking title. It's kind of obvious that they're going with this match, and it's sort of a proxy war, man. It is. But it is what it is. I'm not hating on it. 2 big hosses. They're going to go throw down at Mania. It's a money match. I guess we'll put it over. I don't know if it's a money match yet, but Drew's that dude and Fatu's next up. So speaking of next up, according to PWI, the consensus among those spoken to is that Obafemi is expected to be the person who challenges Brock Lesnar at 42. I don't know about that. And I'm going to say something here. And I talked about this before. And shout out Freddie Prinze Jr., who's brought this up and made me go, huh, he's fucking right. I've been listening to Wrestling with Freddie for whatever reason. It's just digestible, you know? The world's crazy lately. I've been trying to take it easy, you know what I'm saying? But Obafemi is expected to face Brock Lesnar at 42, and he'll challenge him. Here's the problem, and someone pointed this out to me, I think in chat, whoever the fuck pointed it out to me at the time. So Paul Heyman goes, nobody has the balls to come out here and face Brock. And it's like, okay, well, Oba wasn't on that show, so he has the balls, but he wasn't on that show. But then someone pointed out, no, he was backstage during a segment. So not only was he on the show, but he didn't fucking wrestle, unless he maybe wrestled on main event, but he was backstage in a fucking segment. And Brock and Heyman went out there and said, no one has the balls. So now at Mania, when they go out there, open challenge, and then Oba answers the call. Okay, but in kayfabe, dude, like, you were there. Why the fuck didn't you answer it that night? Kind of slap in the face to the roster and Oba a little bit. No, maybe not a slap in the face, but like, why'd they fucking put him on TV that night? And if whoever told me he was on TV that night conflated two different Raws, I'm not sure, but that's sort of like nuts in the face. He just sort of teabagged Oba already. Why didn't he answer the call right then and then stare down and then the match is set then? I don't think it's going to be Oba. And maybe they're not trying to push Royce Keys too hard, but think about it. He hasn't been on any show. He's been on main event. And so clearly they're thinking main roster. He's already been on the Rumble, eliminated a world champ. He's not on Raw or SmackDown. Oba's kind of on both shows. I think, and obviously they don't want to skip over, like, you know, WWE, they don't want to skip over giving Stephanie Vaquer even, or Tiffany Stratton her push, even though Jade gets pushed, even though Saints and them get pushed. They're trying to not really skip over, like, you know, Trick deserves his shine and fucking Oba. So they don't want to skip over Oba, who just got called up, for another guy who just showed up from AEW. But I think it's Royce Keys. And Royce Keys will beat Brock. Maybe that's too far. Maybe Brock beats Royce, and that's fine. But then that's just kind of Omosing Royce Keys. Like, you have this devastating looking fucking monster, and you're just gonna, Brock just beats him because Brock smash. Okay, Oba Femi would 100% beat Brock. 100, and Brock would sell his fucking ass off. And it should be Oba. Except for that instance on Raw. Like, if it is, I'm not going to be like, oh, this fucking sucks. No, I love Oba. You guys know that. I glaze him harder than anyone. That being said, Royce Keys he wasn't at Raw. He wasn't at SmackDown. You know what I mean? Or he did his main event match and then he left. That's why he never answered the call. I think you could really just get Royce over quickly and get him in the world title picture and get him in the WWE title picture, even if he doesn't win it right away. And again, he's one of Punk's guys. Look at Danhausen. Look at how Danhausen's being featured already. And Royce Keys is one of fucking Punk's guys. So I could totally see it being him. But then what does Oba do? I don't know. Speaking of what you're doing for Mania, Cody Rhodes says he had no plan B for WrestleMania 42, saying he's now developed a taste and a dick thin for the WrestleMania main event spot and would have considered it a failure if he wasn't a part of it in this year's Vegas. So again, the rumors are with Rhodes that he did go into business for himself a little bit with that Roman Reigns shit. At WrestleMania 40, and look how hot it got. Now he was in a position last year. This year, I was saying, hey man, he could be the special guest ref. And then the story you tell is like Orton, like Rhodes gave Drew every fucking opportunity. Drew finally snitched the title away from him in like the final opportunity, and then Rhodes gets RKO'd by his best friend at the Chamber, and then Rhodes goes, I'll call this down the line at WrestleMania, and then fucking Orton beats Rhodes. Pardon me, Drew 1, 2, 3 clean, and then Rhodes snaps and turns heel on Orton. Like, how fucking dare you? You know, like, this guy took everything from me, and then you took everything from me too, and I'm losing my mind. You know, that would be a cool story, but he wants to be in a match. He wants to be a focal point, and he should be. He's a huge fucking draw, even if they don't turn him heel. It's like Orton, Rhodes, that's a fucking marquee match in 26 over Fatu or Drew or any of these guys, even though Drew's marquee. And he's going to blow up in Hollywood and shit. You just wait and see. It's going to take a couple years here. You know, he's got Highlander. He's got whatever's coming down the pipeline. And, yeah, Rhodes versus Orton is definitely the move. And then you got a Haas fight, Fatu versus Drew. That's good shit, you know? And Drew kind of doesn't, I've said it a bunch of times, he worked himself into a position where he doesn't really need the title. to be over and to fucking have a big match with someone that means something. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News. What an amazing fucking show, guys. I appreciate all of you guys. This was a long one. You know what they say though about
Sometimes
long
in life
ones.
you gotta be a hoe.
And ladies and gentlemen, I will see you guys Saturday, likely for Sicko Saturday and not Sunday. Maybe I'll put a poll up on all the socials and we can watch Revolution together on Sunday if you guys want. But also, you guys, 80% of you were saying you weren't even going to watch that shit. On X, find the YouTube link. Go watch the rest of this show on YouTube. You guys missed the first 2 hours because StreamYard glitched out. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. There's a new Botchamania watch along that was dropped on Monday. There's another one coming on Friday, and early access tomorrow to PWT 103 with Evil Dose. We talk unionization and wrestling. Round of applause for all of you. You all rule. This show fucking ruled. Yes, guys, DM me. I will fucking check them and hit me up with MyAEW and let me know how it works if you guys are privy to it. Until next time, be good to each other. Be good to yourselves. It's getting nice out, bitches. So get your shorts out. Get the bikinis out. And I don't know. I'm redacted. And I'll leave you guys with some triple cup because we saw single cup tone. So here's triple cup tone. Be good. Peace.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call